I am, of course, a great admirer of the impeccable credibility, professionalism, and business savviness of BusinessDay. If you really mean business in Nigeria, start your day with BusinessDay.
BusinessDay is West Africa's leading provider of business intelligence and information, delivering premium content across diversified media platforms, including online, mobile, and print. Since its inception in 2001 with a weekly newspaper production, BusinessDay has expanded its reach to provide exclusive content accessible through print, mobile, and online channels. Our premium offerings are further enriched with syndicated content from esteemed sources like the Financial Times, The Economist, and the Harvard Business Review. At BusinessDay, our mission is clear: to be the foremost provider of business and financial content, empowering readers to make informed decisions in Nigeria and Africa. Since our establishment, we have been committed to delivering insightful, relevant, and accurate information about Nigeria's business and finance environment, while contextual.
Hello and welcome to the BDTV Breakfast Show on a lovely Wednesday morning. My name is Elizabeth Musa. Thanks for joining us this morning. Let's start with what we have on the headlines this morning. Nigeria secures $50.8 billion investment deals to strengthen global trade. NLNG gas supply plunges 80% on leaky pipelines. Abia PDP expels Wabara, 6 new BOT chairman. U.S. stock markets fall after tariffs spark trade war fears. 11 countries arrive at Abuja for 13th ECOWAS wrestling tourney. We begin the news in Nigeria, where the Minister of Industry, Trade and Investment, Jumoke Oduwole, says Nigeria has secured $50.8 billion in investment deals as of November 2024. She revealed this during the presentation of the ministry's achievement at a ministerial briefing in Abuja on Tuesday. Oduwole says the ministry has positioned Nigeria as a key player under the Africa Continental Free Trade Area Agreement and completed a World Trade Organization review. She added that the ministry was working to remove bottlenecks hindering investment growth while leveraging collaboration with other key stakeholders. Moving on, the operational crisis at LNNG Limited continues to deepen as the outage at its Bonny Island facility drags on, with gas supplies plummeting by a staggering 80%. According to reports, natural gas supplies are falling 80% to 1/5 of the plant's needs. This prolonged disruption, triggered by persistent pipeline vandalism, raises serious concerns about Nigeria's ability to meet its export commitments and potential impact on its economy. Still on, the Abia State chapter of the People's Democratic Party has expelled the embattled chairman of the party's Board of Trustees and former Senate President Adolphus Wabara. The State Working Committee announced the decision on Tuesday, the 4th of February, after an emergency meeting following the report of its disciplinary committee. This was contained in a statement signed by the State Chairman Abraham Ama and the State Secretary Peter Nwokoko. The party cited Articles 57(3) and 59(1) of the PDP Constitution 2017 as amended, stating that expelled members cannot enjoy any rights or privileges within the party. And to end the local news, the Federal Capital Territory Police Command has revealed that the former Comptroller General of the Nigerian Immigration Service, David Paradang, was found dead in a hotel room in Abuja hours after lodging with a female guest. The command, in a statement by its spokesperson Josephine Ade on Tuesday, revealed that the retired CG checked into Joy House Hotel in Area 3 Junction on March 3, 2025. Ade revealed that the Durumi police station was immediately alerted and officers arrived at the scene to secure the area, take photographs and collect evidence. The police also dismissed claims the Paradang was kidnapped and murdered, urging the public to avoid spreading unverified information. And on the foreign scene, U.S. stock markets have trembled over concerns that President Donald Trump's tariff on Canada, Mexico, and China will lead to a wider trade war and hurt the economy. The S&P 500 index, which tracks 500 of the biggest companies in the United States, fell for a second day, ending at its lowest level since November when Trump won the election. The president has followed through on a threat to impose 25% tariffs on imports from Canada and Mexico and a 20% levy on China. The move drew swift retaliation, including from Canada, where Prime Minister Justin Trudeau warned Trump that his decision to target the United States neighbor and close trade partner was a very dumb thing to do. Also, Volodymyr Zelensky has said he was ready to work under Donald Trump's strong leadership to achieve lasting peace days after their explosive Oval Office meeting. The Ukrainian president described the White House showdown as regrettable in a lengthy social media post in the wake of the United States announcing a pause in military aid to Kyiv. Zelensky revealed that it was time to make things right after Trump had accused him of not being ready to come to the negotiating table. The Ukrainian leader also outlined the first stages of how the war could be ended, revealing that Ukraine was ready to sign a minerals deal with the United States after the failure to do so at the Washington meeting. And now to sports. No fewer than 11 countries have arrived in Abuja for the 13th ECOWAS African Wrestling Tournament set for March 6 to 8 at the Velodrome, Moshood Abiola National Stadium. The tournament is part of celebrations for the 50th anniversary of ECOWAS. The director of the ECOWAS Youth and Sport Development Center, Francis Ojo-Gani, revealed this on Tuesday, February 4th at a news conference. He revealed that 55 athletes comprising both male and female wrestlers would compete in the highly anticipated tournament meant to foster unity and regional integration. And to end the news, Super Eagles head coach Eric Chell has included Ahmed Musa and 3 Nigeria Premier League football stars in his provisional 39-man squad for its month's 2026 FIFA World Cup qualifiers against Rwanda and Zimbabwe. Musa, who currently plays for Kano Pillars, has been listed among the forwards, while Nje Tornadoes midfielder Papa Daniel Mustafa earns a spot in the middle of the pack. In defense, Rangers internationals Ifeanyi Onyebuchi is in contention for a place, while Kayode Bankole of Remo Stars is one of 5 goalkeepers selected. Chell has also called up Stanley Nwabali and Adebayo Adeleye in a goal, while the defensive lineup features William Truss Ekong, Calvin Bassey, and Ola Aino. And that's how we end the news this morning on the BDTV Breakfast Show. My name is Elizabeth Musa. Up next is the newspaper review.
I am, of course, a great admirer of the impeccable credibility, professionalism, and business savviness of BusinessDay. If you really mean business in Nigeria, start your day with BusinessDay.
BusinessDay is West Africa's leading provider of business intelligence and information, delivering premium content across diversified media platforms, including online, mobile, and print. Since its inception in 2001 with a weekly newspaper production, BusinessDay has expanded its reach to provide exclusive content accessible through print, mobile, and online channels. Our premium offerings are further enriched with syndicated content from esteemed sources like the Financial Times, The Economist, and the Harvard Business Review. At BusinessDay, our mission is clear: to be the foremost provider of business and financial content, empowering readers to make informed decisions in Nigeria and Africa. Since our establishment, we have been committed to delivering insightful, relevant, and accurate information about Nigeria's business and finance environment, while contextualizing the impact of global events. We monitor the stock market, analyze the companies driving it, and report on government policies and their economic implications.
For being consistent in organizing these CEO forums for almost the last 14 years, I think this was a commendation, and I think something that will encourage them to continue.
From decoding market trends to dissecting economic shifts, we offer actionable investment ideas and serve as a compass for decision makers navigating complexity. Beyond headlines, Business Day fosters discussions on critical economic issues through impactful conferences and events. These platforms bring industry leaders together to share narratives that drive innovation and spark meaningful dialogues. Our events galvanize connections, bridging the gap between inspiration and achievement. For businesses seeking visibility, our strong digital presence offers unparalleled opportunities, with millions of followers across social media and a dynamic website attracting visitors from within and outside Nigeria. Business Day is the ideal platform to boost visibility for your products and services. If you're looking for in-depth analysis and expert opinions on Nigeria and Africa's business landscape, Business Day is your guide.
Good morning and welcome to the BDTV Breakfast Show. I am Bethel Ogunjobi.
My name is Elizabeth Musa.
And this is the social listening segment on the BDTV Breakfast Show.
We're talking about the Fly Nigeria Act. Can you give us a background into what this is about?
We are here today on the streets of Lagos, Nigeria, to gather opinion about a pressing issue.
I go look at the cost of petrol.
We get very much Nigeria with the suffer.
The income is not really increasing, but the prices of items are increased.
Nothing like service again, no. You only pray for that money to reach you that month.
There's a lot of high pressure, a lot of stress. There's a lot of high targets to be met.
I was quite strict. In my mind, I said, looking for my hand, my picking will spoil.
To allow all banks and all the players in the space.
15% inflation target achievable in 2025.
The command and vision philosophy of both the Chief of Defense Staff, the Chief of Army Staff, and indeed all the service chiefs.
This is a National Cane Weaver Association. Normally we call it Cane Village. My own name is Dennis Omadide from Delta State, the chairman of National Cane Weaver Association in Lagos.
My name is Adebayo Olamide Sandra. I run sanora.ng on Instagram, which is a rattan business.
The production process is, this is a raw material. We thank God for Nigeria because the cane we are using, not that we planted it, is from the forest. The guy came from the other states, from Edo State, even Ondo State. So we have a different body, we have a supplier. So when they come to Lagos, we buy them. So after buy them, we now do the process. How can we scrape the cane to make sure we can bring the cane to design anything needful. So that is the process of the cane. After that, you use it to work. Like if you see what is there now. After cleaning, that is why you get all these finishings work. You know, I have a lot of process. We scrape it, we tear it. After tear it, then we have to smooth it so that we can use it to design whatever that we do. And most of the things, they are in the market, you can see. Because I'm not working now, but they are finishing products. We use hand, we don't use machine. Well, this is, we call it water cane. We have two types of material. We have water cane, we have willow cane, willow. Those are the two material, the major material we use in Nigeria here. But in the best cane work in the world, Indonesia, their cane is planted, but our own is from God. So those cane, they can never finish from the forest, because in as our forest exists, the cane also exists. So we, after they bring them, we buy them. When we buy them, before we can come to cane like this, when we are even in primary school, we know how to do handwork. And the handwork is from cane. Sometimes we used to tie broom. Sometimes we will do something like KG fish. So in that process, we know how to use the cane in the village. Because most of us, we are not from here. Because the majority in this place is from Delta State, 99%. So we know how to do KG fish, do handwork. When we come here, we now know that cane is so very useful for many things. So that's why we put the idea through even the white men who give us catalog. Then from there, we have been working. That is how we enter this. The challenges of this work, the place we are now, this is not the best place for the business. We want a place that we can use it as a tour. When people came, they will come and see what we are doing. But presently now, based on Lagos State, there's no new place. We need a place that we can display our market, showcase our market, so that people will know that we are operating, because now we are under the bridge. But see yet, we are still managing this place because there is no land and we have no authority. That is why we are managing this place. But this is the center of the business for all Nigeria. This is the center. In terms of finance, even apart from the finance, we want the government to intervene on the work. Because some times ago, we wrote to we under a ministry of we are under the ministry. So they promised us that they will give us a better place, and after that place, when we even work, they can export the work to another country, so that they will not say that our youths are not working. So even students will train them. Those in university, we have a lot of graduates here anyway. Some people, they are abroad now from this work. Wow. We have at least less than 3 people are doing their master in the US from here. So we want the government to teach us more, because they know better than us. We are only trying to operate on our own. But by the time they put their knowledge on the work, I think we expand more better way for Nigeria.
You can use rattan for literally anything. I always tell anybody that you can use rattan for literally anything. You can use rattan to make a standing fan. I'm not kidding. You can use rattan to make vases. You can use rattan, for your interior decoration. You can use rattan for your event decoration. I mean, look at beautiful traditional weddings. Have you seen? What makes them beautiful? Rattan, you guys, raffia products, right? So yes, you can use raffia products for mirrors. You can use raffia products. You can use raffia products in hotels. You can use raffia products for consoles, TV consoles. You can use them for mats. You can use rattan product for literally anything. You can use them for chair. I wish my rattan chair was here that I could see that one. Gosh, you can use rattan for that as well. You can use rattan for literally anything, yeah.
Customer is not coming, but based on the online, we are selling. After you produce, you deliver, they pay your money. And we are not the people that will collect money for someone and will not do the job. And that's why we have a leader. So if anyone does such, we'll cut it. I think we brought it to book. Based on the online markets, and those that do the events, they are really promoting us. That's why we are still sustaining for now. Raffia is made by goats. We have 2 types anyway. We have rattan, we have cane, we have another one, but all the name is under rattan. One is rubber, okay. One is cane, one is glass. It's like a leaves. Oh. So those are the 3 major things we really use here. But the best one is cane. It's from God. Even the other one that is leaves, it's not as last as cane, but it's beauty. It's fine. You can see this one now. This is rubber.
Okay.
This
Can I?
yes, they brought this one from like this one. This one you see now. This is rubber, but we call it rattan.
Okay.
They export this to come, and it's very expensive. It's not like cane, but it does not last as cane.
Skin.
When you see that, you like it. But
It's fine.
Yes. But even though we can use cane to do it, then the only thing we will now spray to this milk color. We can use cane. We can now spray to this color. And why this cane? When we started this work, when those white people that are coming, we didn't know that they are taking the measurement of our cane. They take it from here, and without they begin to start to produce this long ago. And it is we that are doing it now. When they came to Nigeria before, we learn work from them. But we tell that you cannot come to our country, they will learn work from you. And that's why we take over the business.
Top 5 countries where Nigerians can study abroad without English test. Before recent changes, international students aiming to study in top institutions in the USA, UK, Canada, and Australia needed English proficiency test scores like IELTS, TOEFL, or PTE for admission and visas. Here are 5 countries where Nigerians can study abroad without English tests. Number 1, Germany. Germany's education system offers affordable tuition fees. Nigerians interested in studying there often ask if they need an IELTS test. The good news is, many German universities now accept students without IELTS. They require a proof of English proficiency through specific documents for admission and visa applications. Number 2, Norway. Norwegian higher education offers top academics and teaching methods. It includes all accredited institutions and programs. English is widely spoken in universities, and Nigerian students can study in Norway without IELTS with the senior school certificate from 1988. Number 3, France. Studying in France is a dream for Nigerian students due to its high-quality education. France is a top global destination for studying abroad, but language tests like IELTS or TOEFL can be a challenge for many international students. Number 4, Austria. Many Austrian universities offer alternatives for the IELTS for English proficiency, such as interviews or previous education in English. Nigerians with a strong WAEC or NECO English results can benefit from these options for studying in Austria. Number 5, Singapore. Singapore's diverse population creates a culturally rich environment. It's welcoming for those from different backgrounds to study or work. Singapore offers quality education, career opportunities, modern infrastructure, and affordable education costs, making it a top choice for international students. Nigerian students can study in Singapore without needing an IELTS score for university admission. To read on these and more, visit www.businessday.ng. Follow us on all social media platforms at BusinessDayNG. Business Day, news you can trust.
Hello, this is Bode Oshosami on Global Business Insights on BDTV, where we bring ideas and discussions on the business headlines.
Attention business leaders. Want to make informed decisions? Join the ranks of the best with Premium Business Day. Access in-depth analysis and expert opinions to stay ahead. Subscribe now at premium.businessday.ng and unlock premium content. Plus, you get 50% off your first subscription. Don't miss out. Make smarter choices and seize new opportunities. Sign up now and elevate your business game. Visit premium.businessday.ng today.
This is the Business Day television broadcast. You are watching Business Day television.
Welcome back. This is still the BDTV Breakfast Show, and I've got in the studio with me Mr. Mohammed Akonji to help us, review the front pages of the newspaper this morning. Good to see you, Mohammed.
Thank you very much for having me. How are you doing?
Very
I didn't
well.
see you here yesterday. How was okay? Maybe you just decided to be able to take a bit of a break off or what?
It's always a good thing.
I know did a very good job. Amazing.
Yeah.
Thank you for having me. And
Always a pleasure.
it's really nice to be here.
Oh, it's a pleasure.
At least we woke up this morning to, as the papers and the news is always washed with the latest development. But I think the striking thing for me there was, as we were discussing behind the scene, was the speech that Trump just finished early this morning at the Capitol building. And 6 weeks, you don't forget, we're just 6 weeks into the administration. He said something, but to me, it has looked like maybe like a whole 4 years already. But he said something and he said, America is done with woke. We needed to be able to get through with the brokenness, and that's why Doge has come to stay. So, the woke system, the woke mentality, or the woke, what can I to call that? Maybe the woke, that frenzy around the woke, and now it's about the broke system. So, broke, in terms of America's brokenness system, will be killed by Doge, Elon Musk. And he said one very important thing. We have achieved in 43 days. That's actually just the number of days he has spent so far. He has achieved so much in 43 days than the previous administration and the subsequent ones have done in 6 or 8 years. But I would like you to be able to watch the speach. And it was very, in fact, one of the congressmen was actually bundled out, a Democrat, because he was protesting with Republican. One of the congressman, Hal Green, was actually bundled out of the Congress yesterday. But it was, early this morning, because, maybe early this morning that it happened, because I was watching that before I left home after my early morning meal. And so,
early morning meal. Oh, okay.
No, I mean for fasting. Sorry, I'm just so I just quickly have to usually watch CNN and BBC, and I saw some of the snippets, of what he said and things. Yes, and then at least we see that then the Ukrainian president came back to the drawing board now, willing to be able to sign the deal with Trump. The peace deal, the Russia-Ukraine war. Remember the fallout that they had on Friday. So I think he backtracked yesterday to say that he's now willing and ready to work with Trump, and then we'll see how that will be able to pan out.
Certainly, we'll definitely be looking out to see all of the amazing and interesting things that
that's
this
morphing
new
out
administration is coming on board with.
They're always able to come up with every day new thing that will always
There's a new thing, and I think I like it. It's exciting. It might be a little bit unsettling for the Americans, because you're like, you sleep and wake up, you're like, what's new?
What's going to happen this morning?
You're like, you don't know if the rain is going to fall, the sun is going to shine. What's new this
morning? Now, what exactly is going to happen? Because the way it's not saying like everything we did is just hit back to back to back to back. This one is just back to back to back.
It's exciting for them. I'm sure they're looking at me like,
what are you saying? In fact, it's right. The opinion, the popularity ratings, there was a popularity rating that was actually done by Pew Research to talk about is the how popular he is. And I think his presidential popularity rating has actually dropped to about 40%. So this was a number about 3 weeks, 2 weeks ago, 3 weeks ago, sorry, that was at around 70%, where people are happy with what he was doing. But what that rating does is just to be able to indicate how acceptable are your policies, I'm talking about Americans, how acceptable, approval rating as they call it, how approval, what's the approval rating like, how popular are those policies. So if that's up to 40%,
and you know,
I think it's just a signal.
Thing, when you talk about popularity and all of that stuff, I just before we go into the papers, because we're already
of course,
about that. You know, the conversations around Trump are quite interesting. People say things like, "Oh, Trump is that president that no one likes," but they
cannot do without this, of course.
From his policies.
Especially evils, okay.
You know, even when they complain about all of these policies and whatnot, I have like a couple of my friends who are
American who are there, of course, okay.
And they tell me every single time that, look, forget all of the things you're seeing online.
People are happy with it.
They are benefiting from this, but like is returning some sort of sanity and normalcy to the system. So people might not like his personality and how he goes about it, but he's bringing in
those things that people wanted.
Things that people want. So here's the thing with being
being eccentric as a person, okay, that kind,
you know, like a Barack, you just want to like appeal to everyone and just be like the
okay.
It's you could kind of maintain a status quo.
Okay.
That is not
you know what I'm saying there? What I'm saying there, Liz. So yesterday, in fact, I think when I was left in the office around 8 o'clock or thereabout, I think the news broke about Canadian Prime Minister. In fact, I have to be able to call him. We didn't call him President Donald. I have to call him Donald because yesterday the tariff he imposed on Mexico, Canada, and China took effect yesterday morning. So they woke up. I think they were trying to say if it can be averted, but so he gave them a deadline until 3rd of March to ensure it is effected. But I think when nothing was done, the tariff came into effect. So the Canadian Prime Minister, who is even leaving by March 9 next week, have to be able to call a press conference. And it was there was saying, Americans, we are very sad that we are imposing this tariff on you, like a counter tariff, a trade war. But we have no choice. Your government, if I'm quoting him, your government brought these on you.
Right.
You know, and of course, you know, and even able to say, okay, let me now be able to now address a particular American. In fact, he mentioned the word. Let me address, and he said, Donald, this you're doing, we have been friends. And so you see a way he was actually trying to be able to come and then hitting him hard. It was just a press conference that virtually all the media outfits had to be able to carry it yesterday night before he went on the Capitol, US Capitol State of the Union address that usually that every president is expected to be able to do before the end of the first quarter. So you see, even Canadian prime ministers, I mean, countries within the North American region that felt like, oh, we've been friends for a very long while. But some of us we have no choice because you started this, you imposed tariff on us. And so the deals between them is about $150 billion worth of trade that's gone between US and Canada. And they said at least the very first $45 billion, the tariff has gone on those. And that will be able to affect, and the guy was actually reeling out the effect of what's going to be on typical American producers, American workers, and American consumers. So I know it's the thing there is it's between a rock and a hard place, and I'm sure that's what it is. So before he went there, of course I can agree, he doesn't appear as someone who is less concerned about what people are saying about him, because if you watched the exchange, for example, that happened at the Oval Office on Friday, I'm sure you'd have seen the video. You know, I don't expect the typical president to heckle down on a fellow president like that.
It was looking like.
Okay, what do you? As if you're speaking to.
It's like you're speaking to
your
pupil,
a student.
Talking to like your subordinate.
That's what I'm saying. But remember, that's another president of another country.
Other president. Granted, you guys are leading.
And the vice president could be saying that is disrespectful. You're not thankful. So you know he has that, and he never, and immediately he left from there. There was supposed to be a mineral deal. You just have to cancel everything.
The Ukrainian president that asked the Vice President J.D. Vance and asked him a question, you know, when it was
what is diplomacy? That's what I'm saying.
And he had asked him, oh, do you know the things? Have you
been there? Exactly. Have you been there? I've not. He just said, I have been. No, I have not, but I've seen it. I've heard. That's, you're just talking here. You're talking about diplomacy as in work. J.D. Vance. So if a vice president could have that metal, that effrontery, you know, to be talking to another president like that, it could be that they are indebted beyond to you.
On social media to say we truly like the way everything
panned out
was not
And that's why it was there to say, maybe because he has no choice anyway.
But he has kind of considered.
Of course, that's what I'm saying. He has considered now.
Long, lengthy message on Twitter.
Maybe the way I'm sure this guy will just be licking his Putin right now to say, come. I mean, because I think the next line now, since he has said he's agreed to be able to go into the peace deal, initially it was like, okay, US should recognize or should be able to hold vehemently the point that Russia is the aggressor. But Trump is not trying to be able to buy any of those. But I know it's a whole lot of things that actually be able to pan out and unfold.
Absolutely. Let's see what we have on the papers this morning. Let's start off with the Business Day paper this morning. This is the Business Day TV breakfast show, and this is where we review some of the front pages of our dailies. And that one we have right there says multinational shareholders brace for year of zero dividends. I wonder what that means. And then we see another one that says leaky pipelines plunge Nigeria's LNG's gas supply by 80%. And then another one on the bottom left says telcos growth drag on FX losses. Yeah, that's that. And then another one talks about developers losing appetite
for build-to-let
properties. But let's start with the big story that says multinational shareholders brace for a year of zero dividend. What do you know about that story?
Oh, no, of course. I think it was just what happened last year, and we know you expect that most companies by the end of the first quarter, their financial year would end. And with foreign exchange losses that a lot of them, complained about last year, that most of these companies, especially many multinational companies, suffered as a result of the foreign exchange challenge that we have. Many of the shareholders, there was a very, very marked drop in dividend availability, dividend declared. Remember, dividend is more or less like the returns that the shareholders actually be able to get on their investments. So the shareholders of some of these multinational companies are, bracing up for perhaps another year. The year 2023 that completed in 2024, when most of the companies, look at MTN Nigeria, Nigerian Breweries, for example, International Breweries, PZ Cuisines couldn't be able to declare enough revenue, enough profit after tax last year because of the foreign exchange challenge that we had. And remember, the Naira stability just started taking effect, right? We just be able to see some level of exchange stability since the January of this year. So a whole lot of them suffered quite heavily, and they were quite hit by the exchange rate, foreign exchange losses that happened as a result of the volatility of the exchange rate. So that is likely going to be able to feed in back into their books, and that eat up significantly in what is actually going to remain, even before the profit before tax. The profit before tax already has been heavily affected. So by the time the taxes are paid, what is actually left as a PAT, profit after tax, may not actually be enough, to be able to declare enough dividend on. If you see what most of them declared last year, MTN, for example, one of the grounds, that they canvass for tariff hike, for example, especially in Nigeria, is as a result of operational losses that they suffered last year, and that the shareholders were not at least moderately compensated in terms of returns that they get on their investment. So, as I said, by March, we know that several companies will be calling up their AGMs, their annual general meeting, where those profits by March, because some companies run their own 12 months from April last year to March of the following year. Some can actually be from May to April. So most of the time, usually around from the third quarter, you tend to see the AGMs of companies coming up, where those profits are to be declared, and then the dividends will also be equivalently declared. Now we know that local companies, the only major thing there, the exceptions are the indigenous ones, local companies. Those are actually playing within the regional, within the national space. Those ones are kind of benefited anyway, because we've seen what banks are quite an exception in this particular case. But the main reason, or the main challenge, that impacted most of them are actually the losses, the accumulated losses that they've actually seen from from foreign exchange losses. And the NGS report showed that. I think, in fact, it was mentioned here that the accumulated losses of most of these multinationals alone, rose to close to about 1 trillion, about 900 billion that they suffered, as at December last year. And if you compare it to 2023, Liz, 2023 was just about 247 billion. And that impacted them from not declaring enough dividend for the shareholders. So if it jumped, if you look at the NGX website, that value jumped from 300 billion in 2023 and now to about $900 billion. It can be 900 billion naira, I meant to say, sorry. So you can likely see the impact that will have on the dividend. They've not started declaring it yet. Sure, several of them will start, as I said, from by next week or thereabouts. I think I heard this morning that some companies have already been able to announce their AGM that will likely be able to take place.
Right.
Similarly,
Let's also just check out
leaky
what we have
pipelines,
on the other story. It says leaky pipelines flood Nigeria's LNG's gas supply by 80%.
80%.
And then exports declined
by 40%.
What does that actually mean for Nigeria?
So recently, LNG, the liquefied natural gas, who is actually the parastatal or the government agency that's actually in charge of some of these pipelines, have actually been hit with operational crisis, especially in the Bonny Island, and that has actually continued to be able to drag on. They've had this problem. I think we discussed about this maybe last month, exactly.
Yes,
but
certainly.
That problem actually started November last year in the Bonny Island facility. So, and that have affected their gas supplies, because don't forget, LNG too is another vital energy institution, just like NNPC. NNPC is actually in charge of oil, but they are primarily in charge of gas. So the report was actually broken by Bloomberg, yesterday. Yesterday, that about close to 80% of the supply of LNG has actually been affected as a result, of pipelines that are leaking, especially the ones that they tend to be able to put there. So that prolonged disruptions, as the major cause of those leakages have actually been attributed to vandalism, maybe in the Niger Delta, Worry. Some of what they actually have in LMA as well have been affected. So pipeline vandalisms, has affected their production capabilities, and that has tend to be able to reduce their commitment to export. Just like you said, export has actually been able to decline by 40%. So if you look at Bloomberg, compile some data to be able to see that some of the spot prices, people that will be able to pay for those items, exporters or countries that will actually be able to pay, are not able to get deliverables of what they are paid for because of, the inability to be able to meet the contractual agreement. I'm talking about from them. The analysis from Bloomberg, I think one of the conclusions there was that they said they are working around it because they're experts and the engineers are already trying to be able to, fix some of those leaky pipelines, some of those things. But as they were trying to fix some, instead another two happened again. I think it was not last month, another one again. Another leakage happened again where some people deliberately vandalized those things, And that is exactly where the need to be able to pipeline surveillance that NSCDC have actually been earmarked to be able to work on. So needed to actually be checked. So most of the partners, most of the buyers, from LNG, especially from Asia, have Bloomberg actually reported that in fact some of them are actually threatening legal cases because when they could not be able to get the product that they have actually be able to pay for. So we call that spot transactions. Okay, you have this to sell, I pay for it and I get it. But LNG has been unable to be able to meet that because of, some of these leakages that have happened. So, in fact, the least they could produce are just to be able to meet local demands as the president has actually been able to instruct them. So the need for energy security is really, really very important. I think going down to that, away from that was the story about the developers. Was it developers? I think that's another thing. I put that as well. This is another story where rent defaults has been a very big problem. A lot of them have been complaining about. So remember, some of these developers, they build to let, they build to buy, build to let, buy to let, and the house for rent agreement or segment or that particular component of the market has been heavily impacted lately. That is no thanks, little thanks to the current economic challenges that we are facing in the nation.
Right,
I think it's affected a lot of them. I'm sure you told me your experience here about some of the premium buildings or premium locations where a lot of them were actually be able to grapple over that. So the way most of the investors were lamenting, Mr. Chuka, who reported this particular story, if I do some interviews with some investors who are putting money, you understand, into it, and the promise of returns they've expected to get, unfortunately, they have not been able to get it.
I think it will be interesting to really read that report,
and then
because
check what
I'm
was
wondering where these people are investing. You know, when we're talking about developers losing appetite for building to let properties,
because people are not paying because of default.
I'm curious really to know, where our property editor had mentioned like the areas, because I think that we still really have a very thriving
real estate market.
Real estate market. If you're even speaking on to let properties.
So look at what he mentioned here. So to him now, the most affected in terms of that segment are office buildings, malls, grocery stores, low high-rising and other types of residential buildings. But it's across Lagos, Abuja, Port Harcourt, Kano.
Yeah, it was important for us to mention that part of offices, because
that's
a conversation we had the last time,
exactly.
that the office buildings, especially with the amount they cost, the investment put into those they're not able to
get returns.
So investors literally, it's like they're wasting their money.
Of course, when you're not getting returns on what you have invested here.
When they see
that, it's really scaring a lot of them away at the moment, because what I'm saying is the Eldorado they were promised. Don't forget, who felt like, there's housing deficit in Nigeria, because one of them here, in fact, said. One of the things they told me was, there is a 17 million housing deficit. So this is a good ground for you to invest. You understand? But maybe when you look at that deficit, look at
a good ground to invest.
But how many people can afford that? Okay.
Residentials, mostly for residential. However, for offices, malls, and all of that stuff, it can be a little bit tricky, because
but how many can pay for the residential building? What that's the core problem?
Yeah, that's also a little bit.
Maybe that's the challenge. How many can afford to be able to pay?
It's more viable than the offices and all of that, because. Here's the thing: you have offices that are going like really luxurious office buildings in Ivory areas like here in Ikoyi, VI, and all of that stuff. But then, how many companies can afford to rent those buildings? Because for companies, you're going to be paying,
service charges, utility fees,
all of that, and then you're going to be paying your staff, and that's why what we have is. You find people in lovely buildings and they're earning very meager salaries, and they're wondering that what
are you doing in
this
big between what we are working?
Position in a very key
location.
But the thing is, you have to do everything, because you position a key location, but then you might not be getting all of the patronage, or you're not getting
that kind of
you're not getting so
because it's a business strategy as well. It's a very dicey situation.
Thought out
very clearly and explicitly.
There is something that people do. I mean, we've spoken about this before. So you could move a little bit further down to Lekki Phase 1. You can move a little bit further down to Chevron. You're going to be spending less. You can move a little, no, definitely not Aja, but then you can move a little bit further down to Lekki Phase 1. To Chevron.
No, Jack, what I say? So you see, in fact, most of what we have are like shared workspaces.
Yeah, shared workspaces.
That's what people are now doing. Maybe companies can now be able to now join.
Want to position there, because then you think about you're telling your client, if it depends on the kind of company it is.
Okay.
If it's a real estate company, all of that, you can be there. But you have to understand the market,
that segment, the realities of what happens there.
For certain companies, you cannot be like a I don't want to mention any brand.
Of course, okay.
And you cannot be and then
I'm saying that
you have to be in a central area. So then you have to think about it. Are we going to do a shared space? Are we going to do
maybe flexible work model whereby we'll use it 2 days or 3 days?
There are central places on the mainland, right? You could do an Ikeja.
Okay.
It's still expensive.
But it's expensive too.
It's still very expensive, but it might cost. But so it's really offices, because I think for housing there is that market. Every day people are buying houses and renting houses.
So because the question is, if you now ask what they're now saying here is, so most of them, they got attracted into the investment because they believe it's businesses, small businesses, tech startups, that feel like, they have opportunities of actually be able to recoup. I mean, these are companies or these are businesses that have the potential to be able to make money. And so that attracted most of the investors to see. But of course, the reality is coming down to them now. People are not defaulting. rents are not being paid, you understand? Tenants are just there. In fact, those that are on buy to let, you know, I mean, those that are on buy, they build to let. That okay, even lent it out. I mean, they let it out to some people, and then you eventually pay for a period. There are reports here that a lot of them have not even been able to pay for those that are even residential buildings. Then coupled with small businesses, tech startups, you know, those ecosystems too, have not been able to meet up with their obligations.
For the rental buildings that are for residential. There is also a little bit of a concern there, because there are still buildings that are ridiculously priced.
Overpriced? You mean overpriced,
yes.
Right? Okay.
And then people cannot even afford it. But speaking of buildings, just very quickly before we go, let's see what we have on the Guardian paper this morning. The Guardian paper is quite interesting. So speaking of buildings, we would see what we have on the Vanguard paper this morning. Okay. The Vanguard paper and some other newspapers, they have that particular headline all over the place. So we're talking on buildings. Now there's a building there.
This high-rise skyscraper.
Yes,
We call it skyscraper.
It's in
the Atlantic City.
Apparently, it's the tallest building now in Nigeria. It says First Bank holds groundbreaking ceremony for new headquarters today. Certainly, these ones are not the target audience we're talking about, because they definitely have the money.
They build it there themselves. I mean,
to build it themselves. So that's the thing about companies just starting up, and then you want to grow with
exactly.
You need to go within
before you know it, you can get swallowed up.
But it's
drowned.
really beautiful to see that building, and
I think that's the CEO there, Mr. Libio, right? And you see that, that's great.
So you can see that
so really be good to have, you know, a sneak peek as well as good
spread of the paper, and I've seen another paper as well that has
did that as well today.
They've certainly
complete front page.
Yeah, they've definitely put in some for this, but it's amazing to see that from First Bank. But let's see what we have on the carton of the day today. It's always a good way for us.
So they're just laying the foundation today, right? Okay. Are they
laying the foundation? No, it's already.
We're saying upon completion, yes, they're saying the 40-story building will have the honor of actually being the tallest building in Nigeria. Okay, maybe. So it's not yet completed.
I think it's completed.
Okay. Because I was just looking at some of the stories. Some of the stories, you know, they're about upon completion. You understand?
I think
so.
It's
maybe it's also
slightly completed.
Partly okay. It's a work in progress.
Already like moving. You know how when the headquarters of like the TVC had their
was actually affected them, and then it's a work in progress, and then they complete it while it's there.
Some people are moving in already. Some
people are expecting somewhere else, and then they can come back in. Okay,
like that. But let's see what we have on the carton of the day this morning. That is a looks like a cable car.
With River State House of Assembly and Lagos State House of Assembly.
River State Assembly and Lagos State Assembly, and then Aso Rock somewhere in the corner.
Looking at them, you know, with a very rapt attention. The crisis, you know, that has befallen these two houses. I think it's just a reflection of what is going on. LSHA, because today is the deadline given to President Governor Fubara to present the budget. We don't know what's going to be able to happen. It is a place, River State today is a place to watch out for. Yesterday as well, before Lagos State House of Assembly went on the indefinite, the definite prorogue of the House, the definite adjournment of the proceedings, there was a little bit of a fallout between the speaker, the new speaker, the re-elected speaker, I think it was re-elected, and then the members of the floor about during statement of the sacked clerk of the house.
Right.
He was saying they had to bring him back, and the other members of the floor were saying no. We don't know how that matter ended, but there was a bit of a face-off over that about, you know, with the clerk, just like, because he was feeling like, I am back. So the clerk of the house too, who was actually sacked before a new clerk came on board, but he got a judgment from the court. So they had that face-off. So, but what is the role of Aso Rock there? Maybe Aso Rock has actually remained a little bit tight-lipped, not saying anything. But you see that a lot of people, if you're not careful, are being dropped out of the cable car, as you can be able to see there. So that means it is a really fight to finish.
I call it the battle of the assemblies.
It is really.
We hope that we don't have another a battle with National Assembly. That would be the height of
Maybe it is, because remember, days where we're going on, you had what Senator, former senators, Florence Dagiwa said yesterday about the issue between Senator Natasha and
they
Senate
also
president.
Have it going on. A lot going on.
So there's a lot going on there too.
Yeah,
it's another house.
That Nigeria should be on Netflix. It seems like we're always having one.
Like you keep one issue. Yeah, it just keep unfolding, and a new development happens, and then we tend to be able to have all those. But you can see the cable car if you're not careful, in fact, the pressure on the cable car itself, you can see the people there.
If you're not careful, it's going to cut.
It is just going to be able to cut off before you see it. And then people nearly falling off.
Yeah.
And we'll be able to see that as well. We've seen casualties
some are
every now
hanging
and then.
literally by
the
thread. I don't know how they're even
whiskers.
hanging. They're already almost down.
So you can see the governor there with them. The Lagos State for the People's House of Assembly.
And Aso Rock is just playing some sort of neutrality, or is it
of course,
diplomatic
fight further away.
ambiguity?
Or maybe were they the ones, controlling the cable car? Look at the rope that can likely snap, because it's looking like it can snap. The cable can.
If they're not careful, and that's just the message here. But
they're really working. They're really working.
Mr. Asuko for always doing justice to those cartoons, and that's how we bring it to wraps here. Speaking of cable cars, Rivers State Assembly, Lagos State Assembly, you should watch the big story where we'll be talking all about the Rivers State Assembly. Okay. Thank you very much, Mr. Mohammed.
Thank you very much for having me.
It's always a delight.
Pleasure.
And that's how we bring it to wraps here on the newspaper review on the BDTV Breakfast Show. Do stay with us.
Good morning and welcome to the BDTV Breakfast Show. I am Bethel with the BD.
My name is Elizabeth Musa.
And this is the social listening segment on the BDTV Breakfast Show.
We're talking about the Fly Nigeria Act. Can you give us a background into what this is about?
We are here today on the streets of Lagos, Nigeria, to gather opinion about a pressing issue.
I go look at the cost of petrol.
We get very for Nigeria with the suffer.
The income is not really increasing, but the prices of items are increased.
Nothing like service again, no. You only pray for that money to reach you that month.
There's a lot of high pressure, a lot of stress. There's a lot of high targets to be met.
I was quite strict. In my mind, I said, looking for my hand, my picking go spoil.
To allow all banks and all the players in the space
15% inflation target achievable in 2025.
The command and vision philosophy of both the Chief of Defense Staff, the Chief of Army Staff, and indeed all the service chiefs.
Hello, this is Bode Oshosami on Global Business Insights on BDTV, where we bring ideas and discussions on the business headlines.
Attention business leaders. Want to make informed decisions? Join the ranks of the best with Premium Business Day. Access in-depth analysis and expert opinions to stay ahead. Subscribe now at premium.businessday.ng and unlock premium content. Plus, you get 50% off your first subscription. Don't miss out. Make smarter choices and seize new opportunities. Sign up now and elevate your business game. Visit premium.businessday.ng today.
This is a National Cane Weaver Association. Normally we call it Cane Village. My own name is Dennis Omadide from Delta State, the chairman of National Cane Weaver Association in Lagos.
My name is Adebayo Olamide Sandra. I run sanora.ng on Instagram, which is a rattan business.
The production process is, this is a raw material. We thank God for Nigeria because the cane we are using, not that we planted it, is from the forest. A guy came from the other state, from Edo State, even Ondo State. So we have a different body. We have a supplier. So when they come to Lagos, we buy them. So after buy them, we now do the process. How can we scrape the cane to make sure we can bring the cane to design anything needful? So that is the process of the cane. After cleaning, you use it to work. Like if you see what is there now. After cleaning, that is why you get all these finishing work. You know, I have a lot of process. We scrape it, we tear it. After tear it, then we have to smooth it so that we can use it to design whatever that we do. And most of the things, they are in the market, you can see. Because I'm not working hand, but they are finishing products. We use hand, we doesn't use machine. Well, we call it water cane. We have two types of material. We have water cane, we have willow cane. Willow. Those are the two material, the major material we use in Nigeria here. But in the best cane work in the world, Indonesia, their cane is planted, but our own is from God. So those cane, they can never finish from the forest because in as far forest exists, the cane also exists. So we, after they bring them, we buy them. When we buy them, before we can come to cane like this, when we are even in primary school, we know how to do handwork. And the handwork is from cane. Sometimes we used to tie broom. Sometimes we will do something like KG fish. So in that process, we know how to use the cane in the village. Because most of us, we are not from here. Because the majority in this place is from Delta State, 99%. So we know how to do KG fish, do handwork. When we come here, we now know that cane is so very useful for many things. So that's why we put the idea through even the white men who give us catalog. Then from there, we have been working. That is how we enter this. The challenges of this work, the place we are now, this is not the best place for the business. We want a place that we can use it as a tour. When people came, they will come and see what we are doing. But presently now, based on Lagos State, there's no new place. We need a place that we can display our market, showcase our market, so that people will know that we are operating. Because now we are under the bridge. But see yet we are still managing this place because there is no land. And we have no authority. That is why we are managing this place. But this is the center of the business for all Nigeria. This is the center. In terms of finance, even apart from the finance, we want the government to intervene on the work. Because some time ago, we wrote to, we under a ministry of, we're under the ministry. So they promised us that they will give us a better place. And after that place, when we even work, they can export the work to another country so that they will not say that our youths are not working. So even students will train them. Those in university, we have a lot of graduates here anyway. Some people they are blood now from this work. Wow. We have at least less than 3 people are doing their master in the US from here. So we want the government to teach us more because they know better than us. We are not trying to operate on our own. But by the time they put their knowledge on the work, I think we expand more better way for Nigeria.
You can use rattan for literally anything. I always tell anybody that you can use rattan for literally anything. You can use rattan to make a standing fan. I'm not kidding. You can use rattan to make vases. You can use rattan, for your interior decoration. You can use rattan for your event decoration. I mean, look at beautiful traditional weddings. Have you seen what makes them beautiful? Rattan, you guys, raffia products, right? So yes, you can use raffia products for mirrors. You can use raffia products. You can use raffia products in hotels. You can use raffia products for consoles, TV consoles. You can use them for mats. You can use rattan product for literally anything. You can use them for chair. I wish my rattan chair was here that I could sit down one. gosh, you can use Ratan for that as well. You can use Ratan for literally anything, yeah.
Customer is not coming, but based on the online, we are selling. After you produce, you deliver, they pay your money. And we are not the people that will collect money for someone and will not do the job. And that's why we have a leader. So if anyone does such, we cut it. I think we brought it to book. Based on the online markets and those that do the events, they are really promoting us. That's why we are still sustaining for now. Raffia is made by God. We have two types anyway. We have Ratan, we have King, we have another one, but all the name is under Ratan. One is rubber, okay. One is King, one is glass. It's like a leaves. So those are the three major things we really use here. But the best one is King. You know, it's from God. Even the other one that is leaves, it's not as last as Ken, but it's beauty. It's fine. You can see this one now. This is rubber.
Okay.
This
Can I?
Yes, they brought this one from like this one. This one you see now. This is rubber, but we call it rattan. Okay. They export this to come, and it's very expensive. It's not like Ken, but it does not last as Ken. When you see that, you like it. But
it's fine.
Yes. But even though we can use Ken to do it, then the only thing, we will now spray to this milk color. We can use Ken, we can now spray to this color. And why this Ken? When we started this work, when those white people that are coming, we didn't know that they are taking the measurement of our Ken. They take it from here, and we don't know. They begin to start to produce this long ago, and it is we that are doing it now. When they came to Nigeria before, we learn work from them, but we tell that you cannot come to our country, they will learn work from you, and that's why we take over the business.
Top 5 countries where Nigerians can study abroad without English test. Before recent changes, international students aiming to study in top institutions in the USA, UK, Canada, and Australia needed English proficiency test scores like IELTS, TOEFL, or PTE for admission and visas. Here are 5 countries where Nigerians can study abroad without English tests. Number 1, Germany. Germany's education system offers affordable tuition fees. Nigerians interested in studying there often ask if they need an IELTS test. The good news is, many German universities now accept students without IELTS. They require a proof of English proficiency through specific documents for admission and visa applications. Number 2, Norway. Norwegian higher education offers top academics and teaching methods. It includes all accredited institutions and programs. English is widely spoken in universities, and Nigerian students can study in Norway without IELTS with the senior school certificate from 1988. Number 3, France. Studying in France is a dream for Nigerian students due to its high-quality education. France is a top global destination for studying abroad, but language tests like IELTS or TOEFL can be a challenge for many international students. Number 4, Austria. Many Austrian universities offer alternatives for the IELTS for English proficiency, such as interviews or previous education in English. Nigerians with a strong WAEC or NECO English results can benefit from these options for studying in Austria. Number 5, Singapore. Singapore's diverse population creates a culturally rich environment. It's welcoming for those from different backgrounds to study or work. Singapore offers quality education, career opportunities, modern infrastructure, and affordable education costs, making it a top choice for international students. Nigerian students can study in Singapore without needing an IELTS score for university admission. To read on these and more, visit www.businessday.ng. Follow us on all social media platforms at BusinessDayNG. Business Day, news you can trust.
Good morning and welcome to the BDTV Breakfast Show. I am Bethel Obajabi.
My name is Elizabeth Musa.
And this is the social listening segment on the BDTV Breakfast Show.
We're talking about the Fly Nigeria Act. Can you give us a background into what this is about?
We are here today on the streets of Lagos, Nigeria, to gather opinion about a pressing issue.
I will look at the cost of petrol. We can't pay for Nigeria with the suffer.
The income is not really increasing, but the prices of items are increased.
Nothing like service again, no. You only pray for that money to reach you that month.
There's a lot of high pressure, a lot of stress. There's a lot of high targets to be met.
I was quite strict. In my mind, I said, looking for my hand, my picking go spoil.
To allow all banks and all the players in the space
15% inflation target achievable in 2025.
The command and vision philosophy of both the Chief of Defense Staff, the Chief of Army Staff, and indeed all the service chiefs.
This is the Craftsmanship Chronicle series on Go Local, and on this episode, our focus is on wood, trees in our hood. Kemi Michael here, your Yoruba named Akwa Ibom girl, welcoming you to Go Local. Now, Go Local is a podcast where we delve deeply and explore our nation's local uniqueness. Go local, buy local, and together we stay global. As we get into it, do also grab a cup of your favorite drink and a snack you would love to munch on. Oh, and make sure to make it a Nigerian snack and get ready for an amazing ride. Since humans first realized they could make use of the materials they found in the vicinity, wood has been used and altered.
Here on the BDTV Breakfast Show. This is where we discuss key issues shaping our nation and our economy at large. My name is Elizabeth Musa, and today we are centering our discussions on the Rivers State Supreme Court ruling, exploring the implications and what it means for the state. On February 28th, the Supreme Court stopped the Central Bank of Nigeria and the Accountant General of the Federation from allocating funds to the Rivers State government until a valid appropriation law is passed by the Rivers State House of Assembly. A 5-member panel of the Apex Court also ordered that Martins Amewule and 26 others loyal to the Minister of the FCT, Nyesom Wike, who have been excluded from functioning as members of the Rivers State House of Assembly, should resume immediately. The decision followed the position of the court that the action of the Rivers State Governor, Siminalayi Fubara, throughout the political saga in Rivers, had been born out of fear of impeachment. It added that such fear was no justification to attack the legislation or act in breach of the rule of law. The court faulted the action of the state governor, which included the demolition of the assembly building. While some have welcomed the Apex Court position, several others have raised concerns about the decision to stop the allocation of the funds to the River State government, describing it as rather too harsh. Today we're being joined on the show by Mrs. Ibim Semenitari. She is a human rights and social rights activist who has held several key positions in both public and private sectors in Nigeria. She's also a former Commissioner for Information and Communications in River State, as well as a former acting managing director of the Niger Delta Development Commission, an agency responsible for driving development in Nigeria's troubled oil-rich region. You're welcome to the show, madam.
Thank you so much. Good morning.
Good morning. So let me start by asking you this question. Now, how did the River State people receive the news of the Supreme Court ruling?
Honestly speaking, we received it with a lot of embarrassment. Embarrassment because it's shocking to hear the court make such far-reaching orders. And let's, step back a bit, okay? You're stopping the allocation from getting to the state. And you're doing that without consideration at all of the issues involved. Now, let's remember that when a court takes a decision, as far as we know, the standard is that the court does not by its judgment cause confusion. It does not by its judgment cause displacement. You have 10,000 local government workers. 10,000. You've got salaries to pay, okay? You've got all of those things. And then you make a decision withholding allocation. Someone. And then let's go back on this whole issue of did the governor just act in flagrant disobedience? Let's just go back. Let's pedal back a bit. And the fact is that always the standard is that once there are appeals on a matter, it means that the matter is still going on. And you cannot take any decisions until a final arbitration of the court. So even if you looked at it from that perspective, there's no way you can say, oh, Governor Siminalayi was disobeying court orders, because there had been no final determination of any of the cases. What the Supreme Court did was actually cause a displacement of confidence of the people of River State in the judiciary. That's what they've done. Because, I don't want to say that the ruling was obnoxious, because that might be saying what isn't right. But a court goes and says, okay, we've annulled local government elections. Elections that happened using the same matrix in 32 states of the Federation, not just in River State. So the same local government elections have held in 32 states of this country using the same INEC register. And there were no issues. So what is so special about the River State elections? That even though it's the same matrix, so what's going to happen to all the other 32 states? Are you going to annul all of those? Or is it just River State because there's a strong man somewhere? Is that what the Supreme Court is telling us? When you go ahead and say, we're annulling elections, the court didn't make any further pronouncements. And that's not the standard. The court didn't say, okay, INEC, by so date, you must do this. The court didn't say, RISEC, by so date, you must do this. The court didn't say, elections must hold by so date. The court just left a lacuna and just said, Rivers people, go and die. Who does that? Who does that? You go ahead. It didn't say in the interim, so person should take over. The court is taking this decision on local government, forgetting that immunizations happen at the local government. I'm a Rotarian, and I know the amount of work that has gone into ending polio. Primary healthcare workers are at the local government. Sanitary inspectors are at the local government. And then you take such decisions that affect the governance and the benefits of the people of River State, who are taxpayers in this country. And you take it without consideration of the people. And then, since when did the court start giving reliefs that were not sought? From the High Court to the Federal Court of Appeal to the Supreme Court, there were no discussions around speaker. So how does the Supreme Court grant a relief that was not sought? You know, those kinds of things make you begin to wonder as to what exactly the situation is. And so for me, when you look at that, when you listen to the word on the street, you find Rivers people feeling very upset. And you know, just speaking as a reporter that worked and fought for democracy, speaking as a reporter that was in the trenches, when many of these people who are enjoying the fruit of all of that struggle were in the comfort of their homes, it is hurting, because this is not the democracy we envisaged. This is not the democracy we fought for. We didn't fight for a democracy that gives us strong men and weak institutions. That's not what I was on the streets for. That's not why I nearly got arrested. That's why some of us were nearly killed. That's not why my colleagues were killed. For some strong man and weak institutions, no. So, you know, it's left. If you go around Rivers State, you will hear Rivers people saying, what have we done? Is it that as Rivers people, we no longer are part of Nigeria? Is it that nobody cares? Why is it that something that happened in 32 states, Rivers State is being singled out? Why? It's really bothersome, honestly speaking. It is.
It's very interesting to, you know, hear you share, and also share from the point of being a reporter who had, you know, has first-hand experiences and first-hand information on some of these things. But you know that the governor, Siminalayi Fubara, has offered to obey and implement the ruling of the Supreme Court. He has gone ahead and dissolved the local government executives and directed them to hand over to the heads of government. But the governor's decision has been opposed by the Honorable Martins Amewule-led House of Assembly. What, according to your own opinion, is the way forward?
Quite frankly, I think that what the governor did is sensible. If the Supreme Court says the local government elections were flawed because INEC didn't update register and all of the 90 days rule, he's done the sensible thing. And that's why I say the Supreme Court caused confusion. The Supreme Court should have been able to say, right now, let this and this and this and this happen. But they didn't. Now the governor, again, acting in good faith, as he has always done. And we must remember that in all of these conversations, Siminalayi Fubara has always acted in good faith. Let's go back to even the withdrawal of the case. After they went and met with Mr. President, they came back to Rivers State. And the first thing Siminalayi Fubara, who was a defendant in the matter, and therefore had no business withdrawing any case from court, he should have just sat down in government house and waited for the Amewule faction to go and withdraw the case. But he acted in good faith. And I would like to say in naive belief that he was dealing with gentlemen. And he ordered his attorney general to withdraw this case from court, even though he was a defendant, and was not in his place to do so. And you see, these other people took advantage of it. And all of these winnings we are seeing now is because of that withdrawal. Let's assume Siminalayi Fubara did what any other defendant would do, which is fold his hands and wait. Then we won't be talking, these conversations we're having, we won't be having them. But he showed good faith. And that is why you wonder, you know, when you're dealing with people who are truly not gentlemen, it's a bit troubling. Now, so now again, without even seeing the CTC, because if I were him, I would say, I will wait until I see the CTC before I take any action. But he showed good faith again. And he said, on this matter of the local governments, to show good faith, to show that I am not disobeying the courts, to show that I mean well for Rivers people and for Nigeria, he went ahead and he's done what he's done, which I think is good. And naturally, who would you hand over to? It is only natural that you hand over to the head of local government administration, because that's the most senior civil servant. And that's the person who should take over. Will you hand over to people whose tenure had expired? And then the ones who would now come and sit? I mean, how do we even begin to justify brigandage?
Wow. So there's a pending case in this federal high court seeking to determine the status of the 26 lawmakers who allegedly defected from the PDP to APC. Are
we still using allegedly? This allegedly business. You know, we saw the videos, huh?
Right. But you know, so the Supreme Court seems now to recognize as members of the House of Assembly in this circumstance. Do you think there's a need for the pending case in the High Court?
Absolutely, because that matter has not been determined. The Supreme Court has not said in any of, except, well, I haven't seen the CTC, it's still to come out. But I didn't hear them say that the status of the 27 lawmakers, except the Supreme Court wants to reverse itself because it is Rivers State and decides that they are going to go ahead and disregard their own judgment that says that when you defect, you lose your seat. Well, if the Supreme Court chooses to ignore itself and reverse itself because of Rivers State, therefore it will change the constitution and the law. Like Justice Okuta said, the Supreme Court is supreme, not because it's infallible, but because it is the Supreme Court.
All right. So the directive by the Apex Court that Rivers State allocation be withheld came as a shock to many. In your own view, what would be the implications of this on the Rivers government and the people of the state?
That is what I've just said to you, my dear. You know, you are going to affect administration at all levels. You're saying that civil servants who are working should not get paid. You're saying that teachers should not get paid. You're saying that hospitals should not be funded. You're saying that Rivers State should... Look, we have enjoyed peace. You see, these 2 years, Rivers State has been peaceful. You come to Rivers State, you're not hearing the kind of insecurities we had heard in some time. You come into the state, it is clean. You know, there's so many things that when you give it this, you know, the court is supposed to protect and defend democracy. The court is supposed to defend the people. The people are supposed to be able to benefit because the court steps in as one of the estates of the realm to ensure that democracy functions and functions well. The court is not supposed to punish the people. It should not. And so, by this ruling of court, what the Supreme Court is saying is that Rivers people, you know what? We don't give a damn about you guys. We don't care that these elections were held just like it was held in 31 other states. We don't care. It's none of our business. We don't care whether your children are immunized. We don't care whether your babies die. We don't care whether your mothers die. We don't care. We just want to ensure that one strong man who is like somebody they left in a toy shop, a baby in a toy shop, is able to play with his toys. Basically, that's what this ruling appears to be saying to Rivers people. And as a Rivers woman, I feel pained.
Wow. So with all of this confusion that the Supreme Court ruling has created, do you think it's safe to conduct a fresh local government election now?
Well, it is the only sensible thing to do. Don't forget that the same court ruled that there should be no lacuna. And that only elected officials, the Supreme Court could have actually said, HPM or HLGA, take over and let the money be paid direct to the local governments. You could still have done that. And if you did that, Governor Sinala, you would not be, there are many ways to ensure that the people do not suffer.
All right.
But the truth of the matter is that it is what it is. We are where we are. And the best thing to do is to conduct these elections following the rule of law. I'm told that there was a circular by the Rivers State Independent Electoral Commission calling for a meeting of stakeholders. I think things should progress to the point where, again, for me as a Rivers woman, I don't want my state up in flames. And I don't think, the truth is that Rivers people are not even looking for a fight. Again, it's about one lone, it's about one lone voice. And it hurts to think that we're establishing strong men and not strong institutions. I didn't think that was a democracy. I left my children were little babies when I was fighting, and staying in trenches and taking backyard routes to travel out of the country and doing stuff like that. I didn't think that I was going to bequeath to my children a nation with strong men and weak institutions. It's painful. I almost wonder whether that was what we made those sacrifices for.
And when you say that strong men and weak institutions, it actually really strikes a chord like deep down inside of me. The Ijaw Nation has threatened to stand against any attempt to impeach Governor Fubara. Do you think that this will in any way throw the state into a more crisis?
Well, again, I do not hope and I do not think that we will be heading towards the impeachment route. And call me an eternal optimist if you like. I would like to think that any Rivers man who is truly a Rivers man or Rivers woman that truly has the blood of a Rivers ancestor flowing through their veins will have the sense not to throw the state into conflagration. I'm really hoping so. I want to think that at some point, the madness of any Rivers man or Rivers woman will stop, and the betterment of Rivers State and its people will prevail. I'd like to think so. Permit me to have that window of optimism at this point.
And I will definitely hold on to the optimism just as we've ended it. Thank you very much, Madam Ibim Semenisari, for your time on the morning show today. I hope you enjoy the rest of your day.
Thank you. Thank you for the privilege. I always appreciate it.
This has been the big story here on the BDTV Breakfast Show. My name is Elizabeth Musa. Keep watching BDTV.
Hello, this is Bode Oshosami on Global Business Insights on BDTV, where we bring ideas and discussions on the business headlines.
Attention business leaders. Want to make informed decisions? Join the ranks of the best with Premium Business Day. Access in-depth analysis and expert opinions to stay ahead. Subscribe now at premium.businessday.ng and unlock premium content. Plus, you get 50% off your first subscription. Don't miss out. Make smarter choices and seize new opportunities. Sign up now and elevate your business game. Visit premium.businessday.ng today.
Someone like me, they say Jakpa and Jakpada. I say let people Jakpa because guess what? They will Jakpada. When I left here over 30-something years ago, I left here very sad and I thought I was running away. Because I was just a young doctor, I didn't see any hope. Well, after doing everything I did, I practiced medicine over 25, 26 years in private practice. I've gotten involved in all kinds of businesses in the United States. Guess where I am? You know, Saglev is an electric vehicle manufacturer. We're actually a U.S. company. Our principals actually manufacture vehicles in the U.S., but the Saglev Electromobility Nigeria Limited is our Nigerian subsidiary, just like we have a subsidiary in Ghana, Cote d'Ivoire, and then soon in South Africa. All of these countries will have their own assembly plants. That's the plan, where we assemble in every of this market. Already, we've been testing vehicles in Nigeria and Ghana. We've been collecting data from rideshare drivers, fleet drivers. We've been literally paying drivers to submit their data to us. How much do you make? How much gas do you buy? How we are tracking their vehicles, seeing the distance. So the research and data collection part has been going on probably a year and a half. Same thing in Ghana. At this point, developing an assembly plant in Nigeria. There is also an assembly plant in development for Accra, Ghana. It's going to be in Tema. The other activity, to fully answer your question, is we are already training and recruiting electric vehicle technicians. So that is going on. As a matter of fact, we just hired 16 or 18 of them. They are getting ready to start their online training, then they will go to classroom, and then they will go to practical training. So that's where we are in summary. Challenges, interestingly, because Nigeria is a country that has, so to speak, experienced a lot of trauma relating to electricity. You find out that the average Nigerian person all through, the first question is power, right? But that has not been our experience, and we can talk more about that. So power could be a challenge, but power is very much a perceived problem. The other challenges we've had is that this is just a new product. 90% of what our company does is to actually educate people, because so many people don't even understand that they are perfect electric vehicle consumers, customers. So that is there. This is a novel product. So some of the other challenges are just, again, the charging network. Even though we are an automotive manufacturer, we have to reluctantly get involved in developing charging. It's just like being Peugeot or any automotive manufacturer, and all of a sudden you find yourself developing gas stations. Foreign exchange rate, we find ourselves in a challenging economic condition. But the way I like to tell people is that SAGLEV is actually a solution to that. So the fact that we understand that we bring in factors that actually help you to maneuver, around the economy is very encouraging to us. So, the challenges are there, but those are some of the main challenges. The data is surprisingly encouraging, because that is why you actually go somewhere and you collect the data. You can't just sit back and say, oh, this is what I think the data is. But the data is very surprisingly interesting. I want to tell you, when we first started talking about coming to West Africa, while gasoline was 180, 140 at some point a liter here, Naira, gasoline was 850 Naira a liter in Ghana, same in Cote d'Ivoire. So for you to sell an electric vehicle in Nigeria, it was not economically really viable. You can't make the economic case easily. But that has changed. A gallon is what, 617 now? So the story is different. And all of a sudden, and that actually led us to understanding that we have to fast track our plans. A rideshare driver that uses the smallest available vehicle on the road is spending 9,000 Naira a day on petrol. If you are saying a Toyota Corolla, Toyota Camry, Honda Accord, now you are looking at anywhere 17, 18, 19, 20,000 Naira. Now, if your car is even older, then you're spending more, because an older vehicle, an older motor burns more gasoline. Now, that is compared to an electric vehicle, which that smallest vehicle, some of the examples I will show you here today, it costs for 300 kilometers of distance, it costs less than 3,000 Naira to charge it. That is such a big. What we've also found from the data is just the cost of ownership of an electric vehicle. It's not what people think it is, because the average electric vehicle will cost you 50 to 60% less in maintenance cost if you just take the first 4 years of the vehicle, talk less of down the line. An internal combustion engine vehicle will keep costing you more. An electric vehicle has much less moving parts. There's no transmission, there's no kickstarter, there's no crankshaft, there's no oil, there's no moving parts. It's just a battery and a transmission. Surprisingly interesting. We've always thought that this would be possible. I've driven electric vehicles in the US since 2013. I drove one of the first Teslas ever manufactured. And I've always wondered, why is it that in Africa, in Nigeria, we don't drive more EVs? But a lot of it is education. So that's why I say we have to educate people. What we think is impossible is actually possible. Now, what the data tells you is a little bit scary, because what it tells you is that between 50 to 70% of Nigerians are actually potential electric vehicle customers. Listen, SAGLEV wants other people to manufacture electric vehicles in Nigeria. So it's not if you are able to invest in EV manufacturing, we don't mind you coming on board and saying, hey, listen, I want to do this. This is a country of 200 million. Listen, SAGLEV is not going to satisfy that market. I can assure you of that. We just want to make sure that people get the benefits of electric vehicles. And it's not just in personal vehicles, all the way to last mile transportation, all the way to even trucking, public transportation, Uber, because you want to attack the highest offender, which is public and mass transportation.
This is the Craftsmanship Chronicle series on Go Local, and on this episode, our focus is on wood, trees in our hood. Kemi Michael here, your Yoruba named Akwa Ibom girl, welcoming you to Go Local. Now, Go Local is a podcast where we delve deeply and explore our nation's local uniqueness. Go local, buy local, and together we stay global. As we get into it, do also grab a cup of your favorite drink and a snack you would love to munch on. Oh, and make sure to make it a Nigerian snack and get ready for an amazing ride. Since humans first realized they could make use of the materials they found in the vicinity, wood has been used and altered by us. People eventually learned about the special qualities of wood as they utilized it to satisfy a wide range of human requirements in peace and conflict, farming, and industry. Throughout history, trees and their wood have been essential to human existence. Since ancient times, wood has been one of our most vital building elements, used for construction as well as for production of tools, weapons, and furniture. Wood has historically played a key role in a lot of areas, and we Nigerians are part of that history. For this episode, I went to the Itamaga sawmill in the Ikorodu area of Lagos State, where I was able to speak with the General Secretary of the sawmill.
My name is Alhaji Kabiru Adegboyega Ibrahim, and this is Sogidowo sawmill Itamaga. So I'm the secretary to the association, General Secretary to the association, Sogidowo Plant Marketers Association of Nigeria.
Here in Nigeria and around the world, we have several uses of wood, such as agricultural purposes, for making musical instruments, for carving religious figurines, to create household furniture, for casket production, for fortification, as well as for a source of energy supply, for example, our firewood and general logs for fireplaces. The wood production in Nigeria has specific process, and I will leave the explaining for the experts.
The woods normally come in 2x6. That is for roofing. So when they boil to the, like the ones you are looking there now, and it's 2x6. So when they bring it here, so if you want to saw it, you saw into 2x4, 2x3, 2x2. Those are the roofing plank. So we saw it to those sizes if you need it for roofing. So we take it from the shed down to the machine side. So we saw it there. If it is roofing, so it's all 2x4, 2x3, 2x2. So for facing board, that one is 1x12, 1x12x12. So now like the one that they are putting down there. So that is 1x12x12 for facing board. So after you roof, to facing board, so you cover breeze or whatever. So that's what they use that one for. So to seal the roof with the ceiling. So that's what they use it for.
Just like other industries, the wood industry sure has its challenges.
The challenges we usually face is the problem of this marine police or guard or whatever. You know, they are extorting us too much. You know, Nigeria, that's Nigeria system, corruption. After we will have saw wood, process it, take the license, but they usually collect approval for wood, any wood cut. After that, if you pass through the water, if this marine police or whatever see you, they will still collect money as if you never collect any paper. So that's the Nigerian problem. So we face many challenges, yeah? At the same time, after they are coming from the river, the canoe bash, those the trucks that are coming into the sawmill, those are the policemen on the road trying to collect something, collect money. Those are the challenges we have.
Vegetation of Nigeria can be broadly classified into two types, that is, forest and savanna. Now, according to Statista in 2021, Nigeria exported forest products amounting to nearly 109.7 million US dollars. Most of these products were roundwood and sawnwood, amounting to roughly 52.4 million and 8.1 million US dollars, respectively. Other main exported forest products included paper and paperboard.
The wood always come from Bayelsa State, Ondo State, Edo State, and from Oyo as well. But the one coming from Oyo, that's 1 by 12 by 12, and at times 2 by 12. But 2 by 6 wood for roofing normally come from Bayelsa, Edo State, Ondo State, and at the same time from Ogun State, Ogun Water side. The customer you have, if it is an old customer, you must have a relationship. He can call you on phone and place order. So you call transport for him. When you've concluded with him for the quotation of the wood, so if you help him process it, you call transporter to transport it. So they will take it down to him. Or some do come inside to the market by themselves. So they will negotiate price, buy the wood, call a motor to pack it. Because the transporters they have their own association as well.
According to the United Nations, Nigeria has the highest deforestation rate in the world, with an estimated 3.7% of its forests lost every year.
That's what I'm saying, our problem here. And these forestry people that are supposed to be handled at Ministry of Agriculture. Wherever they cut timber, supposed to plant it back immediately. They don't do that. In a question of say 5 to 10 years now, there will be the issue of a wood scarcity. Those places that I'm talking the other time, Bayelsa, Edo, whatever. If you want to get wood now, it's very, very far to the upland, to the river itself, to the swamp itself, too far. That's why the wood is very hot now.
This is a call to action to the Department of Forestry, Federal Ministry of Environment. We in Nigeria are losing our trees and we need a solution to this loss. When one tree is cut down, I believe 10 more should be planted in its stead. Wood in Nigeria plays a very vital role, and leaving our forests to chance of the trees growing on their own accord is very risky. We need to be more intentional about our forests, and yes, also the trees in our hood. If you've ever wondered where you can get wood from, well, look no further. The sawmill at Itamaga area of Ikorodu in Lagos is right there for you. Now, if you happen to be a lover of DIYs, or you're a professional wood carver, an artist that uses wood for their craft, or one who uses wood in their everyday life, for example, writers, well, always remember, wood is good, but we need more trees in our hood. Plant a tree today, save our environment.
This is a National Cane Weaver Association. Normally, we call it Cane Village. My own name is Dennis Omadide from Delta State, the chairman of National Cane Weaver Association in Lagos.
My name is Adebayo Olamide Sandra. I run sanora.ng on Instagram, which is a rattan business.
The production process is, this is a raw material. We thank God for Nigeria because the cane we are using, not that we planted it, is from the forest. The guy came from the other states, from Edo State, even Ondo State. So we have a different body, we have a supplier. So when they come to Lagos, we buy them. So after buy them, we now do the process. How can we scrape the cane to make sure we can bring the cane to design anything needful? So that is the process of the cane. After that, you use it to work. Like if you see what is there now. After cleaning, that is why you get all these finishing work. You know, I have a lot of process. We scrape it, we tear it. After tear it, then we have to smooth it so that we can use it to design whatever that we do. And most of the things, they are in the market, you can see. Because I'm not working now, but they are finishing products. We use hand, we doesn't use machine. Well, we call it water cane. We have two types of material. We have water cane, we have willow cane. Willow. Those are the two material, the major material we use in Nigeria here. But in the best cane work in the world, Indonesia, their cane is planted, but our own is from God. So those cane, they can never finish from the forest because in as far forest exists, the cane also exists. So we, after they bring them, we buy them. When we buy them, before we can come to cane like this, when we are even in primary school, we know how to do handwork. And the handwork is from cane. Sometimes we used to tie broom. Sometimes we will do something like KG fish. So in that process, we know how to use the cane in the village. Because most of us, we are not from here. Because the majority in this place is from Delta State, 99%. So we know how to do KG fish, do handwork. When we come here, we now know that cane is so very useful for many things. So that's why we put the idea through even the white men who give us catalog. Then from there, we have been working. That is how we enter this. The challenges of this work, the place we are now, this is not the best place for the business. We want a place that we can use it as a tour. When people came, they will come and see what we are doing. But presently now, based on Lagos State, there's no new place. We need a place that we can display our market, showcase our market, so that people will know that we are operating. Because now we are under the bridge. But see yet we are still managing this place because there is no land. And we have no authority. That is why we are managing this place. But this is the center of the business for all Nigeria. This is the center. In terms of finance, even apart from the finance, we want the government to intervene on the work. Because some time ago, we wrote to, we under a ministry of, we are under the ministry. So they promised us that they will give us a better place. And after that place, when we even work, they can export the work to another country so that they will not say that our youths are not working. So even students will train them. Those in university, we have a lot of graduates here anyway. Some people they are blood now from this work. Wow. We have at least less than 3 people are doing their master in the US from here. So we want the government to teach us more because they know better than us. We are not trying to operate on our own. But by the time they put their knowledge on the work, I think we expand more better way for Nigeria.
You can use rattan for literally anything. I always tell anybody that you can use rattan for literally anything. You can use rattan to make a standing fan. I'm not kidding. You can use rattan to make vases. You can use rattan for your interior decoration. You can use rattan for your event decoration. I mean, look at beautiful traditional weddings. Have you seen what makes them beautiful? Rattan, you guys, raffia products, right? So yes, you can use raffia products for mirrors. You can use raffia products. You can use raffia products in hotels. You can use raffia products for consoles, TV consoles. You can use them for mats. You can use rattan product for literally anything. You can use them for chair. I wish my rattan chair was here that I could see that one. Gosh, you can use rattan for that as well. You can use rattan for literally anything, yeah.
Customer is not coming, but based on the online, we are selling. After you produce, you deliver, they pay your money. And we are not the people that will collect money for someone and will not do the job. And that's why we have a leader. So if anyone does such, we cut it. I think we brought it to book. Based on the online markets and those that do the events, they are really promoting us. That's why we are still sustaining for now. Raffia is made by goats. We have two types anyway. We have rattan, we have cane, we have another one, but all the name is under rattan. One is rubber, okay. One is cane, one is glass. It's like a leaves.
Oh.
So those are the three major things we really use here. But the best one is cane. It's from God.
Mm-hmm.
Even the other one that is leaves, it's not as last as cane, but it's beauty. It's fine. You can see this one now. This is rubber.
Okay.
This
Can I?
Yes. They brought this one from like this one. This one you see now. This is rubber, but we call it rattan.
Okay.
They export this to come, and it's very expensive. It's not like cane, but it does not last as cane. When you see that, you like it. But
it's fine.
Yes. But even though we can use cane to do it, then the only thing we will now spray to this milk color. We can use cane. We can now spray to this color. And why this cane? When we started this work, when those white people that are coming, we didn't know that they are taking the measurement of our cane. They take it from here, and we don't know. They begin to start to produce this long ago, and it is we that doing it now. When they came to Nigeria before, we learn work from them, but we tell that you cannot come to our country, they will learn work from you, and that's why we take over the business.
Hello, this is Bode Oshosami on Global Business Insights on BDTV, where we bring ideas and discussions on the business headlines.
Hi there, this is the Business Day exclusive with Elizabeth Musa. Today I'm seated with the production team of Iwaju, the highly talked about Afrocentric animation series produced by Disney Channel in collaboration with Kugali. Very lovely to meet you, gentlemen.
Actually, kind of cute.
So Iwaju is a series that, of course, portrays a futuristic Lagos. Can you tell us about what this futuristic Lagos is? What does it depict?
Iwaju depicts what Lagos might look like in the future, and we wanted to ensure that we were not just throwing science fiction elements around and slapping them onto Lagos, but we were trying to imagine if all the features, the main features of Lagos as we know it today, if they continue for the next 100 years or so, what would that look like? So we didn't take out anything that people know Lagos for. People know Lagos for traffic, people know Lagos for erratic power supply, people know Lagos for audacity, all those things, we made sure we kept them. We just exaggerated them by saying this is 100 years later. things have gotten even worse in this direction. So I'll give a few examples. Lagos is overpopulated, largest city in Africa by population. If people keep coming into Lagos for the next 100 years, it's going to be even more overpopulated than it is now. So we designed the mainland in Iwaju to have these huge towers that can house many people, because the mainland would take most of the population, seeing as most people won't be able to afford to stay on the island. And when we designed these towers, we made it look like, you know how in Lagos, you see a bus and you know that this thing should not still be moving, it should not be walking. But somehow they forced it to still be, it's a moving corpse maybe, because it's like, well, how come this thing still works? They've patched it together. So imagine they build these towers and the first like 10 floors of the towers are just containers, shipping containers, because Lagos is a port city. And they've slapped these containers together to form a building. But then after that bottom area, the higher up you go, the more the building turns into an actual nice building, because the richest people stay at the top. Just little things like that. We also thought science fiction usually has flying cars, and we don't want to put flying cars in Iwaju because if the cars are flying, there will be no more traffic. But then we had an idea. What if only the richest people could afford the flying cars, so everybody else is still in traffic? So then we're able to show the traffic of Lagos and also show the wealth disparity, because the richest people can afford to fly over the traffic.
Hola! Oh yeah, sorry. It's enough, thank you.
Okay, so Ziki and I are childhood friends. We met when I was 11 and Ziki was 9 in our first year in secondary school. And we connected because of our love for comic books, animation, and video games. And we've stayed friends ever since. So by the time we were in our early 20s, and Ziki had relocated to the UK, but we're still in touch with each other. We just talking about animation and such things, we realized that, wait, we grew up watching these things from the US and Japan. Is anybody in Africa creating something like what we enjoy consuming? So we set out on a mission to discover the best African visual storytellers. And we started a podcast to help the rest of the world discover these creators. So we were talking about comic books, animation, video games on our podcast. After about 1.5 years of podcasting, we had reached the point where we could transition into publishing. So not just promoting these creators, but empowering them to get their stories out there. We started with what we call the Kugali magazine, a short collection of comic books from different African countries.
Issue 0 before the magazine.
Kugali magazine issue 0, because we were not sure if there would ever be an issue 1. Issue 0 was 40 pages, black and white. We printed it with money from our pockets. But then as we kept pushing, we were able to go further and get to the point where we had the Kugali anthology. By this time, Hamid had discovered us because he had a similar vision that aligned with ours, and I'll let him talk about how that played out.
Yeah, so from my end, my story was slightly different in that I reached out to Tolu and Ziki. I think I found them from the podcasting, and then when I joined in, it was just before the launch of Issue 0, because I remember we did the launch in London very much. And I remember during that launch, it was a very eye-opening experience, because at that time, I was still looking at Kugali as something I was doing on the side, in that it was something I was doing for Africa on the side, because my main job there was working in, I thought it was in Hollywood, so I was working in films and so on. And I thought, okay, I'm comfortable here. And then there were 2 hits. The first hit was when we launched the Issue 0 one, which I don't know if Ziki told you this. I kept on, I was like, what is this? Why are we launching this? Because I saw some of the artwork. Some of the artwork was done in color, but we actually printed it out in black and white, and the color version just looked better. It's just a budget issue. But people were excited about the black and white, like tiny book version, which did not look good. And it was that was one of the first moments where like, okay, there's something, if people are excited of this, they are really starving for something. If this thing, which I didn't think was, the quality was good enough, if this is capturing people's attention, what if we do something of high quality? So that's around the time I joined up with Tolu and Ziki, and then we registered Kugali as a company from there. So I came from the film world, and I wanted to do something for back home. That was, I reached out to a few creators, because I believe in working with other people versus trying to do something by yourself. And that's how I discovered Tolu and Ziki, and the rest is history.
So back in 2021, you, Tolu, had mentioned that Iwaju will be out in 2023, but here we are in 2024, it's finally out. Can you give us maybe a bit of a background about why it took this long or why you had to delay till 2024?
We were done with production in June 2023 and we were just waiting for a release date like everyone else. We don't know all the factors that come into play when the leadership at Disney Plus fixes their release dates, because even Disney Animation was waiting for Disney Plus to tell us the release date. Remember, these are actually two different entities.
Welcome to Lagos, Nigeria.
So I've seen some of the clips of the lead actors talking about Simi, Tola, Kole and Bode. So what was the process of sourcing the cast?
This is the Business Day television broadcast.
Hello and welcome to the BDTV News Update at 10. My name is Elizabeth Musa. Let's see what's making headlines. Niger Delta groups threaten violence as budget ultimatum expires today. Federal government threatened to shut down private jet terminals to curb illegal operations. LNG gas supply plunges 80% on leaky pipelines. Abia PDP expels Wabara and 6 new BAT chairmen. United States stock markets fall after tariffs spark trade war fears. 11 countries arrive at Abuja for 13th ECOWAS wrestling tourney. We begin the news in Nigeria, where groups in Niger Delta have issued strong warning against the impeachment of Governor Siminalayi Fubara. The groups, including the Ijaw National Congress and the Ijaw Youth Council, declared readiness to defend Fubara's mandate, cautioning that any move to remove him could destabilize the Niger Delta and disrupt oil production in the region. The warning follows the expiration of the 48-hour ultimatum issued by Martin Amaewule-led Rivers State House of Assembly for Fubara to resubmit the 2025 budgets for approval. Moving on, the federal government is threatened to shut down the General Aviation Terminal of the Nnamdi Azikiwe International Airport, Abuja, following reports that the VIP section of the airport is used for money laundering, drugs, human trafficking, among other criminal activities in the country. Festus Keyamo, the Minister of Aviation and Aerospace Development, receiving the report of the 7-member Ministerial Task Force on Illegal Private Charter Operations and Related Matters, said the issue of illegal charter operations by private jets and aircraft owners who obtain licenses under the permit for non-commercial flight has become endemic in the aviation sector. Ministerial Task Force on Illegal Chartered Flight Operations, chaired by Ado Sanusi, Managing Director of Aero Contractors, also identified critical lapses that have resulted in a staggering 120 billion naira revenue loss to the federal government over the past decade. Still on, the Abia State chapter of the People's Democratic Party has expelled the embattled chairman of the party's Board of Trustees and former Senate President Adolphus Wabara. The State Working Committee announced the decision on Tuesday, the 4th of February, after an emergency meeting following the report of its disciplinary committee. This was contained in a statement signed by the Abia State Chairman, Abraham Ama, and the State Secretary, Peter Nwokoko. The party cited Articles 57.3 and 59.1 of the PDP Constitution of 2017 as amended, stating that expelled members cannot enjoy any rights or privileges within the party. To end the local news, the Federal Capital Territory Police Command has revealed that a former Comptroller General of the Nigerian Immigration Service, David Paradang, was found dead in a hotel room in Abuja hours after lodging with a female guest. The command, in a statement by its spokesperson Josephine Ade on Tuesday, revealed that the retired CG checked into Joy House Hotel at Area 3 Junction on March 3rd. Ade revealed that the Durumi police station was immediately alerted and officers arrived at the scene to secure the area, take photographs, and collect evidence. The police also dismissed claims that Paradang was kidnapped and murdered, urging the public to avoid spreading unverified information. And on the foreign scene, U.S. stock markets have tumbled over concerns that President Donald Trump's tariff from Canada, Mexico, and China will lead to a wider trade war and hurt the economy. The S&P 500 index, which tracks 500 of the biggest companies in the United States, fell for a second day, ending at its lowest level since November when Trump won the election. The president has followed through a threat to impose 25% tariffs on imports from Canada and Mexico and a 20% levy on China. The move drew swift retaliation, including Canada, where Prime Minister Justin Trudeau warned Trump that his decision to target the U.S. neighbor and close trade partners was a very dumb thing to do. Also, Volodymyr Zelensky has said he was ready to work under Donald Trump's strong leadership to achieve lasting peace days after their explosive Oval Office meeting. The Ukrainian president described the White House showdown as regrettable in a lengthy social media post in the wake of the United States announcing opposing military aid to Kyiv. Zelensky revealed that it was time to make things right after Trump had accused him of not being ready to come to the negotiating table. The Ukrainian leader also outlined the first stages of how the war could be ended, revealing that Ukraine was ready to sign a minerals deal with the United States after the failure to do so at the Washington meeting. And now to sports. No fewer than 11 countries have arrived in Abuja for the 13th ECOWAS African Wrestling Tournament set for March 6 to 8 at the Velodrome at Moshood Abiola National Stadium. The tournament is part of the celebrations for the 50th anniversary of ECOWAS. The director of the ECOWAS Youth and Sport Development Center, Francis Njogani, revealed this on Tuesday, February 4th at a news conference. He revealed that 55 athletes, comprising both male and female wrestlers, would compete in the highly anticipated tournament meant to foster unity and regional integration. And to end the news, Super Eagles head coach Eric Chell has included Ahmed Musa and 3 Nigeria Premier Football League stars in his provisional 39-man squad for this month's 2026 FIFA World Cup qualifiers against Rwanda and Zimbabwe. Musa, who currently plays for Kano Pillars, has been listed among the forwards, while Niger Tornadoes midfielder Papa Daniel Mustafa ends the spot in the middle of the park. In defense, Rangers internationals Ifeanyi Onyebuchi is in contention for a place, while Kayode Bankole of Remo Stars is one of 5 goalkeepers selected. Chell has also called up Stanley Nwabali and Adebayo Adeleye in goal, while the defensive lineup features William Troost Ekong, Calvin Bassey, and Ola Aino. These were the top headlines on BDTV News Update. Watch out for more. My name is Elizabeth Musa. Stay with us.
I am, of course, a great admirer of the impeccable credibility, professionalism, and business savviness of BusinessDay. If you really mean business in Nigeria, start your day with BusinessDay.
BusinessDay is West Africa's leading provider of business intelligence and information, delivering premium content across diversified media platforms, including online, mobile, and print. Since its inception in 2001 with a weekly newspaper production, BusinessDay has expanded its reach to provide exclusive content accessible through print, mobile, and online channels. Our premium offerings are further enriched with syndicated content from esteemed sources like the Financial Times, The Economist, and the Harvard Business Review. At BusinessDay, our mission is clear: to be the foremost provider of business and financial content, empowering readers to make informed decisions in Nigeria and Africa. Since our establishment, we have been committed to delivering insightful, relevant, and accurate information about Nigeria's business and finance environment, while contextualizing the impact of global events. We monitor the stock market, analyze the companies driving it, and report on government policies and their economic implications.
For being consistent in organizing these CEO forums for almost the last 14 years, I think this was a commendation, and I think something that will encourage them to continue.
From decoding market trends to dissecting economic shifts, we offer actionable investment ideas and serve as a compass for decision makers navigating complexity. Beyond headlines, Business Day fosters discussions on critical economic issues through impactful conferences and events. These platforms bring industry leaders together to share narratives that drive innovation and spark meaningful dialogues. Our events galvanize connections, bridging the gap between inspiration and achievement. For businesses seeking visibility, our strong digital presence offers unparalleled opportunities, with millions of followers across social media and a dynamic website attracting visitors from within and outside Nigeria. Business Day is the ideal platform to boost visibility for your products and services. If you're looking for in-depth analysis and expert opinions on Nigeria and Africa's business landscape, Business Day is your guide.
Attention business leaders. Want to make informed decisions? Join the ranks of the best with Premium Business Day. Access in-depth analysis and expert opinions to stay ahead. Subscribe now at premium.businessday.ng and unlock premium content. Plus, you get 50% off your first subscription. Don't miss out. Make smarter choices and seize new opportunities. Sign up now and elevate your business game. Visit premium.businessday.ng today.
Hi there, I'm Lolade Akimrele, Deputy Editor at Business Day, and this is the Business Day exclusive. With me today, I have Dr. Olisa Agbakuba, a senior advocate of Nigeria, as well as a former president of the Nigerian Bar Association. We will be talking about topical issues on the economy, from the proposed 2024 budget to the P&ID case. You're welcome, sir.
Thanks.
So we'll be asking you a few questions, just to get your thoughts on some of the topical issues right now affecting the country and the economy. I think the easiest place to start from really would be the P&ID case. Nigeria is one that has managed to dodge the $11.5 billion lawsuit that was brought against it by P&ID.
Right.
But I would like to ask you, sir, is the case truly over and done with now? And are there other cases like this P&ID case that the federal government should look out for?
Well, happily, I'm the chair of the National Arbitration Policy Committee set up by Mr. Malami, the outgoing Attorney General, as a result of the P&ID case. So, yeah, I mean, we're very lucky to come out of this because you do not overturn an arbitration award easily. This is the third time in UK history that an award is overturned. And kudos to the Nigerian government. They did an excellent job, but they started badly as the problem. So I think what would now happen, I've suggested to the Attorney General, that we need to have a worldwide review of all there are about 1,000 cases pending against Nigeria everywhere. Shell, all sorts of things. Because the Nigerian government is not faithful to its contracts. That's the problem. So one governor gives a contract, and the next governor breaks it. So arbitration. So hopefully this will be a lesson for us to take these things more seriously. The way we write our contracts, the way we overturn policy would be my advice to the Nigerian government.
I think we are indeed lucky to have avoided that arbitration award, because I was wondering, where would that money come from? $11 billion.
Yeah.
Another thing that's got me thinking, asking the question, where would the money come from, is if you look at the proposed budget for 2024, 26 trillion naira, which is like a fifth higher than the size of the budget for 2023. And I've asked myself the same question. I'm going to ask you the same question now. Where is that money going to come from? Do you
Easy.
think?
The problem is the government doesn't work hard. Mr. Tinubu started very well with those two big announcements on fuel subsidy removal and the exchange control issue, which has caused a lot of hardship. But, if I liken the president to a captain on a plane, he took off very well. But when the captain takes off, the weather may be bad.
Yeah.
He's run into two big headwinds. I think he needs to push the throttle a bit harder so that we can see the results of why he has removed, fuel subsidy.
Yeah.
In economic terms, it's called a correction. So clearly, those decisions were good, but the follow-ups have been a bit slow. Where do we get 26
trillion?
Easy. We're a rich country. When I wrote to the last outgone Minister for Finance, I pointed out to her there's something called Murphy in the Ministry of Finance, which is the Ministry of Finance Incorporated. It holds all the assets for the federal government. As a result of my letter, she did an inquiry and came out with a preliminary finding that Nigeria had 33 trillion. Preliminary finding. So when you say 26 trillion, you see that the problem is not that we don't have money. The problem is that we do not look for it. So 26 trillion is a small number for a country of 210 million people. If I were in government, I'll be pushing a budget of about 100 trillion a year. So is the only way we can get out of this mess. We have a big mess.
Exactly, yeah.
So, but I used to talk with Wale Edu before he became minister. And we always referred to FDR, what President Roosevelt did in the 30s with the Depression. There are parallels.
Yeah.
So
spend your way out of recession.
Absolutely. You've got to spend your way out of recession. So if you spend your way out of recession, then you have a problem with inflation. So there's got to be a balance. There's got to be a balance between fiscal and monetary policy. It's all got to go together. I don't think we have any problems at all in Nigeria. It's the need to find the right economic direction to create jobs and revenue. It's easy to do. I'm looking at about 10 sectors. I'm doing a predictive study on where money can come. And we have, for instance, Elon Musk. He just brought Starlink. He has a constellation of satellites in low geostationary orbit in Nigeria. He's not paying a dime. He's not paying a dime. We have a space agency. Nobody pays a dime. DSTV does not pay. All guys who use satellite services in Nigeria don't pay. And I reckon that would be about $6 billion. In the maritime sector, Apapa Ports generates or can generate 20 billion a day. But to do so, you have to have a program to regenerate Apapa. So I would spend 6 to 8 billion fixing Apapa roads, sorting it out. Ajegule is gone. Ajegule was originally reserved for use as a port, but it's gone now because it's not a big city. But there are all sorts of things that can be done. If you go to the financial services sector, it's a lot of money. It's a lot of money there. But you've got to have people who are planning and thinking through that process. And we can go on and on, to see where the funds can come. So when you say 26 trillion, that's nothing. For a country of 200 million people, that's nothing.
Yeah, I agree with you. I mean, it's less than 10% of GDP.
Absolutely.
Yeah, I mean, countries like South Africa spend much more than that.
Absolutely.
Yeah, so I do agree with you that there's so much more we can do in terms of raising revenue, especially when you consider that debt service as a percentage of revenue is really choking the government. And a lot of people will tell you that the debt burden is not that huge. The problem is the low revenues. And that's why we have what we have today. Another area where we are certainly punching below our weight is if you look at the crisis we have in the FX market. There's acute dollar shortages right now. I'm glad you touched on the bold reform by the new administration in June to float the Naira initially, anyway. But that has not gone as planned because of the dollar liquidity in the FX market. But the finance minister, Wale Edu, did say that the country is expecting about $10 billion in a few weeks that would help grease the FX market. But, I'm tempted to think now at this stage, or maybe I'm putting the cart before the horse, but I'm thinking, okay, so if the $10 billion comes and then we clear the backlog, which many will say is between $7 billion to $10 billion, then what next?
Well, so what next is to open the market. That's the only way. Once you have blockades and toll gates, there will always be rent collectors.
Yeah.
We've got to take the risk and just absolutely liberalize the market. I know there may be some worry that it'll go up, but eventually it will find its level. That's the only way. Otherwise, Wale Edu says it's going to get 10 billion. All right, so you spend it, the next one comes from where? So that is not a long-lasting solution. The long-lasting solution is to open it so I can walk into my bank and buy Forex. We should have Forex shops like in the UK. Go and buy it. The government has no business controlling the Forex market. It can be a buffer of last resort, but to manage Forex on a daily basis is unsustainable.
Yeah, it has never worked.
It's unsustainable. That's the problem. So I think they need to review the operational dynamics of Forex. Why should government be a Forex supplier? I don't understand it. Why should it be a Forex supplier? You allow the private sector to do it. So you have airlines saying, we're not going to come here because we have about $1 trillion and we can't take it out. What is the business of government? You're a private person, so if you come here to do let us say now, what airline can I think of? Say Lufthansa in London. Do they go to the Bank of England? It's not the business of the government to worry about supplying Forex.
It's adequate supply of dollars. You can just go and get that anytime you need it.
And so is the silly decision of Emefiele to say, I ban 43 items. That's trade policy. Nothing to do with monetary policy. So my point would be, I need to see a carefully crafted policy around trade, fiscal, and monetary. Because if you don't align all these three, there's going to be a problem. The other nonsense about whether the Naira is going to be 2,000. What about Japanese yen? What's the Japan? Do they worry about the value?
No.
You should worry about the productive value.
Precisely. Even the Chinese don't worry about the yuan.
They don't worry. In fact,
it's in their, exactly. It's in their interest if it's weaker.
Absolutely.
Because it promotes exports. But the problem with Nigeria is we don't export enough.
Well, no, because the environment to export
is not conducive.
It's not conducive. That's the reason. The environment is not conducive. So those are the big things that I hope to see the new administration focus on. The big things, just like when President Roosevelt came in, unemployment, he created the Tennessee Valley Authority, put in 4 million people, created jobs, then that slowly begins to build up the economy. You're dealing with China that has their productive capacity. So if I'm exporting, I can go to the Chinese export bank and I get 50%. I had a client who was doing tomato puree. He couldn't sell because the Chinese were bringing it and selling at, I think, 2,000 naira. And his was 5,000. So we need to do all this. We need to have a robust, conducive, all-inclusive trade policy. Personally, if I had the opportunity, I'll be raising barriers. Because I can't have an open system where we have people dumping goods in Nigeria. I would close the place. People say it is anti, what do you call it, WTO. Why did Mr. Trump shut his markets? So we must stop this nonsense of IMF and World Bank telling us what to do. We need to have our own national endorsed economic policy. I'm not pleased that every other year Article 4 visits take place under the IMF and they give us prescriptions. They're not honest people. And that's why I want us to turn to the East. Turn to the East. Even in my law practice, the Eastern lawyers, by which I mean Asia, they're more willing to embrace us. But Western lawyers want to dictate to us. So we need to see a switch. And we need to see somebody as experienced as Professor Akinyemi play a strong role in foreign economic policy. Because there's a big gap there. We need, as Kissinger did in the early 70s, to approach the East. That's where we can have a result, which is why the West is quaking, because China is coming. So we should take the best out of our relationship with the East and not the West.
I think the argument that's been made in favor of doing away with whatever trade barriers that you have is that if you look at countries that have transited from third world to first world, they've done that through trade. They've been able to reduce level of poverty significantly.
Sure.
So people would then make the argument that, if it's not broken, why fix it? If there's a model that has worked for other countries and Nigeria is at the point where these countries were in the past, then you shouldn't have any barriers to trade, because there's research that's been done that shows that when you don't have protectionism policies in place or protectionist policies in place, and you have no barriers to trade, then it then impacts directly on the standard of living of people, and then you are able to take more people out of poverty that way.
I'm not sure that is right. I don't think so. So, are you suggesting that we should lower trade barriers?
Well, I get the point you have made about Nigeria being a dumping ground to a lot of products.
Welcome back. This is the social listening segment here on the BDTV Breakfast Show, and this is where we analyze top trends across social media platforms. My name is Elizabeth Musa, and joining me in the studio this morning is Stephen Oyenkwelu, our in-house analyst. Dare I say our favorite in-house analyst. Welcome to the show.
Yeah, favorite. Yeah, good morning, Lizzie. Thanks for having me today again.
It's always good to have you on the show. Let's talk about what we have trending this morning. It's interesting and funny revelation of the new Isaac Aloma, who we know as Zeke Saloma. So the comedian went for a face surgery a few months ago, sparking mixed reactions across social media. While some people are showing support and enjoying his new look, other people are expressing a little bit of concern about his choice to alter his appearance, so to speak. I don't know if you've been following on this conversation with Dick Saloma, and going to do a nose surgery, more like a facial surgery, and then just since he came on social media to announce, talk about the new surgery that he has done for his nose. He was very open with his followers, his community, and everyone, coming out to say, oh, he went on this surgery, even carrying us through the process of the hospital precisely he did it, the process of onboarding, the process of, undergoing the surgery and the after and all of that. So while some people are drumming in support and like, oh, wow, I always really like, personally, I always really like when people come out to do full disclosure and just own what they do. Like, it's your life, you're owning up, you have a community, you're carrying them along. I personally am a fan of people who do that. But then there are people on social media that are saying, why would you alter? So then your child, sure, your child is still going to have your nose. So while you've altered your nose, so what then happens to your children? What happens? And are you going to alter theirs too? And I find it a little. Let me hear your thoughts on this conversation first, on the entire thing.
It's not new for someone to, especially those who we call celebs, not new to see that so there's this public persona you want to have. and then you want to then match a certain image. I mean, so Michael Jackson did something. I just thought as you were speaking, I just thought of Michael Jackson and how he had to also do the plastic surgery thing to look a certain way. I don't know why it's always about the nose thing though, but I think he has a right to his body. It's like self-expression, right? Although I read somewhere there's this plastic surgeon who said something like, so it's the process of transformation is even less about the physical surgery or the knife on your face that reshapes your face. It's even more about the inner journey, right? And I guess that the full disclosures he's been doing is actually to help him go through this inner journey of then eventually unveiling his new face. I think he has the right to do that. He has the right to his body, right? Whatever he decides to do with his body is his own. I only hope that he is able also to do the internal transitioning, especially with social media can be quite toxic sometimes, right? You find those who support you, but you also find so many who think, oh, but you have some problem there. But I just hope that he also has counselors or psychotherapists helping him to deal with the inner journey, because it's more than a physical journey. It's cut deeper than the skin.
Yes, you're very right. But I do think that Zeke Saloma, I think it's up to the task. I think he's good to go. I really think he's good to go. I think he's ready. You know, when I say ready, there's a way a public figure or someone who, so I had a mentor who used to tell me certain things then, and then she'd say to me, X, Y, Z, you're not ready. And when we get to a point, she's like, if I'm thinking, she's like, you're ready, because X, Y, Z thing, she knows, I know it now, I can handle this. You're like, you're ready. So looking at Zeke, and I don't know him personally, but seeing how he is able, I think he's ready. I think he understands, and that's even the reason why he's open about it.
Yes,
because there are many people that have gone under the knife so many ways. They're going to ask them on interviews countless times, did you? They say no, it's this. So they're still living in denial. They don't want the public.
Yes,
so if you cannot own up to that thing, firstly, that means deep inside of you, you think that it's bad.
I mean, yeah,
that's the first thing.
Accepted.
Number two, or you don't think it's bad, but you care so much about what people think that you don't want to tell them the truth.
Sure.
And that's a problem, because that means you're not being authentic. Zeke Saloma, for me, I think is ready, is good to go, is what stars are made of, because for me, I think he's authentic. Because the first thing, authenticity is you've decided to do this thing, you own up to it, you're carrying your audience. You know that once you come on social media, it's not everybody that will drum support for you.
No, not at all.
And you've posted and unposted continuously, and you are getting the good and the bad. You understand, as a celebrity, that's how I know that you are ready. You have to know that the good and the bad is going to come. If you're thinking that it's all going to be all roses and
hugs and kisses,
no, then you are not ready. Because if he had come, that's why I'm honestly, I think it's good. I have no worries for him. When I see the comments and people are the ones that are trolling, I'm like, I don't think I don't think it's Zeke Saloma, because this guy doesn't really, he's ready, he understands, because being a celebrity comes with a lot of things.
It does.
So you can't be thinking you're going to be then you cannot handle certain things, and that's why it's continuously showing it. When he came on social media again, yesterday or so, he had posted fresh pictures, like fresh pictures of the new him, the new face. It takes a while. He has carried us through the process. Moving the cast. Oh, this is where we are now. It will still take a while, because usually it takes an entire year for the face to now completely set. So yesterday he comes and reveals new images and says that, so these are his new pictures, that none of his friends are going to be posting his old photos.
This is more like rebranding.
So if you are posting his old photos, you're an up. So if you are posting his old photos, you're an up. Or if you invite him on a show, perhaps, and then you know how you need to do flyers or whatnot, promotion material, and you're using the old photos. So he said, if you use the old photos, you will wait for me, Taya, you don't go see me because I won't come on the show.
It's no longer his identity.
And I completely agree. It's like you come today. This is my new house, and you still want to be going to Ketu. How? That means you are not serious. It's either you are not serious or you are just somebody that choose to live in the past. Because I've moved past this thing and I've said, oh, this is where I am now. And I completely agree. Honestly, I really, it's beyond this thing. That mind thing you said about I think he's good to go.
Oh,
I completely think
better be
from
good
everything
to go.
that I've seen, because it's owning the journey. Look, there's nothing.
Yeah,
like
that ownership is important. Yeah.
If you are not owning your journey, you are not ready.
You're not. Yeah.
Because that means you have to, like, let me come in layman terms. You are not sure. I don't know how this will be. I don't know. So let me be like this. Let me not own up to it. Let me just. And that's why those people, they will ask them, so they can't say, oh, they are hiding it. That part anyway, it's a personal thing. Oh, have you done X, Y, Z? We noticed that before it was this. They will lie about it. So if you're lying about it, that means you don't believe in it. You don't believe in that thing you did. Or perhaps you believe in it, but you are not so sure how Mr. Steven will accept me. And why am I looking for Mr. Steven's acceptance? That means I've not won, like, if I'm truly working in my full self, I'm not going to be caring like, oh, yeah, I did. Mr. Stephen will either have to accept me or not. Some of my best people are the people that I've really noticed how they're just, I just love them for them. Those are some of my best people.
Authenticity is important.
It's important because you just can feel it. You can tell when someone is just trying, like when they're just, it's exhausting. Like the world is already filled with so many, too many counterfeit and all. So you are tired. So when you see authenticity, you love it a lot because it's one in a million, and people can tell. It's how they say real recognize real and all of that. So for me, I think Zik is ready. I think he's good to go. Everyone who wants to, if we need to bring him on the show, we definitely have to make use of his, of his new photos. So he will come on our show.
It would be good to have him here.
It would be good to have him to talk about this,
hear that
actually.
story. Yeah.
I really want to hear the journey. People are saying things like, oh, your child. I'm like, what are these people saying?
No, the children will whatever.
This
is his life. This is for him. Exactly. Yeah. They have their own. They will have their own life to live. Yeah, and this is.
So he's going to think like, how does that? I look at the comment section and I'm like, anyway, I'm not even worried because it's Zeke, because he's never responding. The guy is living it, he's laughing. One of his fellow sellers had said, send me a full album so I'll update my album on you. And he said, I'll send it now. I like how he's just taking everything in a very because people are going to frustrate you.
Yeah.
They're going to frustrate you. Where were you when I was, making decisions and then I decided, then you just come and just think you want to have a say over my life on social media because I'm opening it.
Yeah, because you're
but that's why I like
figure,
him because the rest of them will start responding and say, you're not serious if you're responding. All those people that always respond and they start fighting. I'm like, it's like you're not ready.
But they should have a whole army of professionals managing the communication process and all of that. Yeah.
Vic Saloma is interesting. I just love, for me, it's just the authenticity and just him owning his journey, whatever it is.
Comes to the terrain.
He feels happy with it. And someone said international standard, and then I said to myself, what does international standard face even mean again? I think they come and say international now. This time, I'm like, Mr. Steven, is your face international standard?
Well, I don't know what that standard is.
You have to create your own international standard because I didn't understand what that meant.
My own is a global standard.
Oh my goodness. Anyway, let's see what we have again on social media. But let's see what we have on the comments very quickly.
That
the
would
comments.
be good to see.
AGE says, for me, his old look gave him this funny look which fits into his comedy roles. But then his new look is fine. It's actually looking handsome. I do agree because the former look truly was there's a particular character that he plays, Mama something. That look fits right into it. So I don't. So I'm just going to. Honestly, I'm just following his journey. I'm going to see how it unfolds. If he was still
reinventing himself.
funny.
Clearly, he's reinventing himself.
So
clearly.
So do you think we're going to see the? It would be nice to have Zeke on this show because all these questions is not for you to answer. Because I was going to say that are we going to see still maybe he will have to since he's reinventing, will he now reinvent a new character? That would probably suit it. Because that look was that Mama something.
I mean, that's what he's known for.
Do you understand? Because that face fits right into it.
Yes.
You know how some comedians, before they speak, you're laughing.
Yeah.
Because you're like, this face again. So now you're all cute. Sometimes it's even the funny look that makes people laugh. But now that you're all cute, I'm just going to see. I'll just see how that is.
Really,
it's like when Lasisi Elenu used to put the funny face, the big lip thingy where it says, I don't know if you follow Lasisi Elenu's channel, it says something just happened with the big lip, and people were saying that big lip thing that he uses, the filter, just made it extra funny, and everyone was saying, wait, wow, this is nice. You're not going to go for a stand-up with that big lip filter, so with this thing still sound funny. And they did have a point because there are many times he's without it. That the effect of that
it's not the same
big lip thing is. So we're just going to see whether he would now have to fine-tune the characters to suit that narrative. Because really, it was for me, it was that face that used to Mama Destiny. Yes.
The character.
Yes, for me, it was really that face that face that really used to sell it. But I'll just keep watching. And seeing how
it's interesting in the coming days to see how he evolves and
I like when
how the brand evolves.
For me, it's really how because we don't see Nigerians do these things. It's the American celebrities that own this thing. I got my body done. It's your body. Thank God, it's not Mr. Stevens' body. So why am I caring?
Really.
But Nigerians, they are so hypocritical, and that's why many of them don't like owning their journeys because they say things with their mouth. On the inside, they have what it is that they believe, but because they want to always sound politically correct, socially accepted, who cares about all of those things? People are going to, at the end of the day, you're going to live pleasing people where you're not pleased. That's why I'm just really happy with it, because I feel like he's pleased with himself, because this kind of journey is not something you do because someone forced you to do it. You wouldn't even under deny because you have to. I want to do it.
You have to be ready.
Yes, so that's why I said he's ready, and I'm really happy for him. Let's see more comments on this conversation. Betty Wabunike says, "Congratulations to him. He said he's doing more. I wonder what next. It looks like he's on a roll. How will he do those? Is funny. I think everyone is really talking about the funny comedy." Now it looks nothing like that. I think everyone is just really concerned about their own. At the end of the day, human beings are selfish because we're caring about our laughter as against how it feels. Are you thinking about it? Like we're all just concerned about how will I be able to laugh? If it's not funny, go to Lai Wasabi. Z says money is truly the root of all evil, and a lot of people want this root of all evil. It looks good though. You do whatever you like with your body when you have money. I want to ask a question. This person that said money is the root of all evil, I'm confused. What is evil about? Is there an evil? Is it morally bankrupt to do a surgery?
Oh, money being the so I don't know where the person is coming from.
Because I did see that in the comments, and people say you answer to your creator, you answer to your maker. I'm a bit confused.
It has nothing to do with creator and things like this.
I find it funny when people. I wonder.
You can correct something you think is a defect in your body.
It's not. I don't even want to call it a defect.
No, so if you think, oh, I mean, why would you change it if it's something? It means you're not comfortable with it. Okay, maybe the term may not be defect. The term might be something you're not comfortable with.
Something you're insecure about.
Something you're insecure about. Okay, so now you use glasses. So would you have to respond to your maker for trying to correct your sight?
Exactly the point. That person said money is the root of all evil.
That's even wrongly quoted because it says the love of it. Anyway.
I saw the comments. Some people were like, oh, the ones that said, okay, when you have money, you just do ridiculous things. I'm like, yes, there is that, but I don't see this as ridiculous, because if you had, when you have money, you are going to think of when you're on the street of Lagos in the trenches trying to find 3 square meals. I don't expect you to be thinking about surgery, certainly. But when you have more than enough, that's when you're going to know that I never liked a bed that there's no water underneath. I've always liked a water bed.
Hey, all of a sudden you start liking things.
You're going to know that it is what it is. It's my money. But when I'm on the street, I don't expect that's going to be misplaced priority. So, what does that person mean by money is the root of all evil? If I now decide, that's when I realize that I've never even liked to walk from my room to my bathroom. I've always liked them to carry me. It is what it is. It's what it is. It's my money. It's not your money. So, the root of all evil will be if you're saying that you got the money through.
Maybe you have to do something illegitimate
what are you saying?
There's no evil
what
there.
Are you, what are people really saying? I don't know if we have more comments on this. We put out more comments. Let's just go on to see other. But I truly like this conversation, because I think for me it's beyond the surgery. It's just, I just really like the accountability. I like the ownership, and then the authenticity in the journey.
These are important things.
And I think that's what really makes the world a better place. So you're owning up to it, you're owning up to your journey, you're carrying on. Someone like Zik Saloma, I see him, if in 3-5 years, if he regrets the decision, he's going to open up about it again. Do you get what I mean? He will probably open up and say, oh, I did this thing last year, you all knew. But, years down the line, I don't think it was the right thing. It's much better than the celebrities. You don't get why this particular conversation I'm so passionate about. It's much better than those ones that live in falsehood. People keep people guessing, keep people confused. You're making people. You make the audience, your viewers, your fans. They are scampering for their. Because when you're in that position, you're like a leader.
Yeah, you are.
So let's be accountable, be open, and that's why I'm really with him on this journey. I really, for me, it's just a journey of ownership, authenticity, just being accountable. It's not like he needs to tell us about, but he's just carrying us on the journey, and I appreciate him for that. Let's see what else we have. Justice Blessing Ajile of the Ado Ekiti Division of the Ekiti State High Court on Monday has sentenced the so-called prophet Adeleye Akingbasho to life imprisonment for raping a 13-year-old girl. Now, the victim in court testified, said the prophet was her mother's lover who spent some nights in their house. Now, the prosecutor, Taiwo Ario, presented 4 witnesses, the victim's statements and medical reports as exhibits to the courts. This is quite interesting. It's another bizarre situation happening.
This is not good.
And you just see the interesting part where the victim testified that the prophet was her mother's lover. So it's even weird. First of all, a prophet. Let's start we listen, we don't judge, but this part we're going to judge because it's a prophet. So you now move from that to have mothers, you are in a relationship with somebody else. Mother's lover. What are you doing in prophet? I like that it was said fake prophet. And then you now went forward from that to the story. It's a bit jarring. It's just there's a lot going on.
Deviant behavior.
You seem tired.
Like layers of
you seem like you're exhausted by it. I'm finding it's a lot to just deal with. It's not like this is the worst we've seen anyway. In Nigeria, we see a lot of bizarre things on a day-to-day. There's nothing new about it.
It's unfortunate. So the consequences for this little girl's life.
13-year-old. She's going to live with that.
And so often we talk about, we don't even know what happens to the victim. I don't think we care that much. So now he goes to life imprisonment. So, but how about the victim? What are we didn't hear in the judgment that maybe she will be put in some kind of not rehab, maybe something like an institutional environment that will help her. I think she should have been part of the judgment. Anyway, I didn't see the judgment statement.
No, but I
but
personally,
it's traumatizing for the little girl.
Is a very good sentence. Life imprisonment. That's where it needs to be. That's where it needs to be. No, come on. It's devastating. Do you understand? Because and then I'm also thinking of the mother. Then I now remembered again that the mother was even the lover. It's like, look at that. You just brought it all on yourself. So because like, what kind of person? Why are you even involved? I don't want to get moral, start sounding like a moral police or whatever. Because then this happened and then look at what now happened. So you're going to question yourself because how did I even find myself? Why was I even doing this? You're going to have to question yourself. Why would I find myself in such an illicit affair? And then look at how it has now affected your child. It's just so much. And now and that means you've lost the so-called lover to life imprisonment. You've lost your child's innocence. And then you now are going to have to deal with the consequences of your wrongdoing. For life, because it's what sad. It is.
Yeah,
it's really sad. Let's see if you have more comments on it on social media. Donna says, I would never entrust my daughter or expose my daughter to religion. This has nothing to do with religion. I'm cutting her off from even attending church activities with me. And that's the thing. It has nothing to do with religion. Sunday Truck says, it's good to see justice served, but it's deeply troubling that people like this are preying on vulnerable individuals. Hopefully, this serves as a warning to others. Odinaka says, I condemn his act, but the punishment is too heavy, considering what is this person saying? Considering the amount of crime people get away with in today's Nigeria, no before him turn justice and law will stand. No before him time, justice and law will stand. They should reduce the sentence. Do you agree with that? Do you agree with that person? What do you think?
So life in prison. I think this is a lower court, so he may appeal, and then we'll hear what I'm not a legal practitioner myself, so but a higher court might review the sentence. Life imprisonment.
You think it's too much?
I don't know. I don't even know.
Because what will we say is what crime will we say is enough for life imprisonment? Murder. Perhaps murder. See how you're being quiet on this.
Like it's difficult to say much on this because so a person like this is dangerous.
Look, I understand, but honestly, let justice be served. Whatever the case, let justice be
whatever
served.
The judges consider commensurate.
It's really sad. I
it's
just hope that
really.
I hope that this 13-year-old girl will be able to rise above this eventually, because I am just thinking about the future.
Yeah, so I'm more concerned about her.
Yeah, I do hope that she's able to rise above it in the future, because we don't talk enough about how this thing just affects young people. Some of this childhood trauma, abuse, and whatnot has far-reaching effect on just how people turn out. So I'm really sorry about the situation. I just hope that she comes out of it better. I'm also a little bit sorry for the mother, but then again, she did bring that. It also feels like she did bring it. She brought it upon herself, because there are cases of perhaps a rape case where it's completely different, maybe the child, this uncle, but this one, it's a lover, a fake prophet lover. What are you doing with that? What are you doing with him?
Although most rape cases, you find that the aggressor, there's always some form of proximity, some form of familiarity that the aggressor then takes advantage of. It's rare the cases where a total stranger, where the victim or the aggressor is a total stranger to the aggressor is a total stranger to the victim. There's often this familiarity, and then at some point there's most of the cases, rare the cases where you find a total stranger maybe raping.
Exactly, and that's why. So if it was a friend or this, you just be very disappointed and be upset. But the circumstance of the person, she had no business being with that person. It was just sometimes I just hope, because it's easy to talk. I just hope that we don't bring doom upon ourselves because of our poor decisions, really. But I hope that this young girl is able to come out strong in the future. I hope that our future is bright, and I hope that all is well with her eventually.
Yes, I hope so too.
Wow.
I really hope
Such
so
an
too.
interesting way for us to end the social listening segment today. I just, my complete call will be for everyone to just really, really, not to preach or anything, but for people to just practice, like, when I say fair practices, or just be a decent human being.
So we're talking
That's all I
about,
want to say.
we open with authenticity, and then here is someone who claims to be a prophet that is not a prophet.
But fake prophet. Fake prophet. That's what we're saying. Why are you being?
Why this double?
Don't be a professional. Why are you a fake prophet? Be a decent human being. That's how I'll wrap it up today on social listening segment. Thank you very much, Mr. Stephen, for your time today. It's always a pleasure speaking to you. And that's how we bring it to wraps here on the social listening segment. My name is Elizabeth Musa. Keep watching BDTV.
Oil prices inched down after U.S. Commerce Secretary Howard Lutnick said the Trump administration may walk back some tariffs on Mexico and Canada, injecting more uncertainty into global markets, but also demonstrating that there is scope for negotiation on this theme of tariffs. Trump was expected to tout gains, cutting down waste in government, halting a wave of illegal immigration, and reorienting U.S. foreign policy towards a more peaceful era. The theme tonight was the renewal of the American dream. Meanwhile, the stock markets fell sharply, encouraging deep buying as well into the worst declines. Fear of many unknown possibilities also helping out safe haven gold. All this as markets braced for remarks from the U.S. President to a joint session of Congress, the first in his term, and sure to put a positive spin on 6 weeks with a record of over 80 executive orders, a bit too many, some would say. Shock and awe, but not lacking in intensity, ambition, and speed towards the vision that about half of the country buy into. The big questions: is there some silver lining in what some see as chaotic flames? Does this speech move the needle for the other half not sold on the vision? Does it calm the uncertainty spooking markets after an euphoria over lower taxes, less regulation, and pro-business policies that has all but evaporated? And how should the rest of the world be positioning for this unusual presidency? Is this a blip or something that could last for long? Beyond blaming Biden for what is still not right, like inflation, and taking credit for what is showing early gains, like arresting illegal immigration, analysts will want to understand the roadmap ahead. Hello, welcome to Global Business Insights, where we look deeper at the main business stories. Today, in this special episode, we look at market reactions to Trump's first speech to a joint session of Congress. But here is a clip of the speech, first focusing on sections relevant to business and the economy.
Among my very highest priorities is to rescue our economy and get dramatic and immediate relief to working families. As you know, we inherited from the last administration an economic catastrophe and an inflation nightmare. Joe Biden especially let the price of eggs get out of control. The egg price is out of control, and we're working hard to get it back down. Secretary, do a good job on that. You inherited a total mess from the previous administration. Do a good job. A major focus of our fight to defeat inflation is rapidly reducing the cost of energy. The previous administration cut the number of new oil and gas leases by 95%, slowed pipeline construction to a halt, and closed more than 100 power plants. We are opening up many of those power plants right now. And frankly, we have never seen anything like it. That's why on my first day in office, I declared a national energy emergency. As you've heard me say many times, we have more liquid gold under our feet than any nation on earth, and by far. And now I fully authorize the most talented team ever assembled to go and get it. It's called Drill, Baby, Drill. My administration is also working on a gigantic natural gas pipeline in Alaska, among the largest in the world, where Japan, South Korea, and other nations want to be our partner with investments of trillions of dollars each. There's never been anything like that one. It will be truly spectacular. It's all set to go. The permitting is gotten. And later this week, I will also take historic action to dramatically expand production of critical minerals and rare earths here in the USA. To further combat inflation, we will not only be reducing the cost of energy, but will be ending the flagrant waste of taxpayer dollars. And to that end, I have created the brand new Department of Government Efficiency, DOGE. Perhaps you've heard of it. Perhaps. Which is headed by Elon Musk, who is in the gallery tonight. Just listen to some of the appalling waste we have already identified. $22 billion from HHS to provide free housing and cars for illegal aliens. $45 million for diversity, equity, and inclusion scholarships in Burma. $40 million to improve the social and economic inclusion of sedentary migrants. Nobody knows what that is. $8 million to promote LGBTQI+ in the African nation of Lesotho, which nobody has ever heard of. $60 million for indigenous peoples and Afro-Colombian empowerment in Central America. $60 million. $8 million for making mice transgender. This is real. $32 million for a left-wing propaganda operation in Moldova. $10 million for male circumcision in Mozambique. $20 million for the Arab Sesame Street in the Middle East. $1.9 billion to recently created Decarbonization of Homes Committee, headed up, and we know she's involved. Just at the last moment, the money was passed over by a woman named Stacey Abrams. Have you ever heard of her? A $3.5 million consulting contract for lavish fish monitoring. $1.5 million for voter confidence in Liberia. $14 million for social cohesion in Mali. $250,000 to increase vegan local climate action innovation in Zambia. $42 million for social and behavior change in Uganda. $14 million for improving public procurement in Serbia. $47 million for improving learning outcomes in Asia. and $101 million for DEI contracts at the Department of Education. And we've taken back the money and reduced our debt to fight inflation and other things. Taking back a lot of that money. We got it just in time. This is just the beginning. The Government Accountability Office, a federal government office, has estimated annual fraud of over $500 billion in our nation, and we are working very hard to stop it. We're going to. We're also identifying shocking levels of incompetence and probable fraud in the Social Security program for our seniors, and that our seniors and people that we love rely on. Believe it or not, government databases list 4.7 million Social Security members from people aged 100 to 109 years old. It lists 3.6 million people from ages 110 to 119. I don't know any of them. I know some people that are rather elderly, but not quite that elderly. 3.47 million people from ages 120 to 129. 3.9 million people from ages 130 to 139. 3.5 million people from ages 140 to 149. And money is being paid to many of them, and we're searching right now. In fact, Pam, good luck. Good luck. You're going to find it. But a lot of money is paid out to people because it just keeps getting paid, and nobody does. And it really hurts Social Security and hurts our country. 1.3 million people from ages 150 to 159, and over 130,000 people, according to the Social Security databases, are age over 160 years old. We have a healthier country than I thought, Bobby. Including, to finish, 1,039 people between the ages of 220 and 229, one person between the age of 240 and 249, and one person is listed at 360 years of age. More than 100 years. More than 100 years older than our country. But we're going to find out where that money's going. And it's not going to be pretty. By slashing all of the fraud, waste, and theft we can find, we will defeat inflation, bring down mortgage rates, lower car payments and grocery prices, protect our seniors, and put more money in the pockets of American families. The nation founded by pioneers and risk-takers now drowns under millions and millions of pages of regulations and debt. Approvals that should take 10 days to get instead take 10 years, 15 years, and even 20 years before you're rejected. Meanwhile, we have hundreds of thousands of federal workers who have not been showing up to work. My administration will reclaim power from this unaccountable bureaucracy, and we will restore true democracy to America again. And the next phase of our plan to deliver the greatest economy in history is for this Congress to pass tax cuts for everybody. They're in there. They're waiting for you to vote. Thanks to our America First policies we're putting into place, we have had $1.7 trillion of new investment in America in just the past few weeks. The combination of the election and our economic policies that people love. SoftBank, one of the most brilliant anywhere in the world, announced a $200 billion investment. OpenAI and Oracle, Larry Ellison, announced $500 billion investment, which they wouldn't have done if Kamala had won. Apple announced $500 billion investment to boost our defense industrial base. We are also going to resurrect the American shipbuilding industry, including commercial shipbuilding and military shipbuilding. And for that purpose, I am announcing tonight that we will create a new Office of Shipbuilding in the White House and offer special tax incentives to bring this industry home to America where it belongs. We used to make so many ships. We don't make them anymore very much, but we're going to make them very fast, very soon.
The speech was very America-centric, telling the world the president really intends to put America first. Almost 2 hours full of optimism and inspiration, but perhaps not enough to bridge the vast divide in public opinion or to win converts to the vision. But if we do see inflation staying down and lower and the economy firming up, and on Friday a reality check with the latest job numbers, if it shows health in the job market, markets will have no choice but to hold their nose, and sentiment can also be boosted in the pro-markets environment where companies apparently continue to thrive. It seems Trump has made peace with Zelensky. We have to wait for what comes next on that front. But for now, it is less than 2 months into this presidency and still too early and too noisy to make any clear determination. But fair to say it is a decent but turbulent start. Now to other parts of the world, specifically China, where the authorities today announced that they will target economic growth at 5% for 2025. Also, China will target CPI at 2%, also for 2025. Today, we got China's Services Purchasing Managers Index unexpectedly firming up to 51.4 in February from 51 in January, also higher than expectation for a 50.8 reading. Asia-Pacific markets were mostly higher as investors assessed China growth and inflation targets, also with US tariffs and escalating global trade tensions weighing down sentiment. Trump, in his speech to Congress yesterday, described his tariffs blitz as a little disturbance, a little price to pay, he says, for what he promises will be the eventual benefits of his vision of a golden era. Well, that's all we can take on this episode of Global Business Insights. Thanks for watching. This is Bode Oshosami. Bye-bye. Hello, this is Bode Oshosami on Global Business Insights on BDTV, where we bring ideas and discussions on the business headlines.
Attention business leaders. Want to make informed decisions? Join the ranks of the best with Premium Business Day. Access in-depth analysis and expert opinions to stay ahead. Subscribe now at premium.businessday.ng and unlock premium content. Plus, you get 50% off your first subscription. Don't miss out. Make smarter choices and seize new opportunities. Sign up now and elevate your business game. Visit premium.businessday.ng today.
You are watching Business Day Television.
Hi there, this is the Business Day exclusive with Elizabeth Musa. Today I'm seated with the production team of Iwaju, the highly talked about Afrocentric animation series produced by Disney Channel in collaboration with Kugali. Very lovely to meet you, gentlemen.
Actually, kind of cute.
So Iwaju is a series that, of course, portrays a futuristic Lagos. Can you tell us about what this futuristic Lagos is? What does it depict?
Iwaju depicts what Lagos might look like in the future. And we wanted to ensure that we were not just throwing science fiction elements around and slapping them onto Lagos, but we were trying to imagine if all the features, the main features of Lagos as we know it today, if they continue for the next 100 years or so, what would that look like? So we didn't take out anything that people know Lagos for. People know Lagos for traffic, people know Lagos for erratic power supply, people know Lagos for audacity, all those things, we made sure we kept them. we just exaggerated them by saying this is 100 years later. Things have gotten even worse in this direction. So I'll give a few examples. Lagos is overpopulated, largest city in Africa by population. If people keep coming into Lagos for the next 100 years, it's going to be even more overpopulated than it is now. So we designed the mainland in Iwaju to have these huge towers that can house many people, because the mainland would take most of the population, seeing as most people won't be able to afford to stay on the island. And when we designed these towers, we made it look like, you know how in Lagos, you see a bus and you know that this thing should not still be moving, it should not be walking. But somehow they forced it to still be, it's a moving corpse maybe, because it's like, well, how come this thing still works? They patched it together. So imagine they build these towers and the first like 10 floors of the towers are just containers, shipping containers, because Lagos is a port city. And they've slapped these containers together to form a building. But then after that bottom area, the higher up you go, the more the building turns into an actual nice building, because the richest people stay at the top. Just little things like that. We also thought science fiction usually has flying cars, and we don't want to put flying cars in Iwaju because if the cars are flying, there will be no more traffic. But then we had an idea. What if only the richest people could afford the flying cars, so everybody else is still in traffic? So then we're able to show the traffic of Lagos and also show the wealth disparity, because the richest people can afford to fly over the traffic.
Hola! Oh yeah, sorry. It's enough, thank you.
Okay, so Ziki and I are childhood friends. We met when I was 11 and Ziki was 9 in our first year in secondary school. And we connected because of our love for comic books, animation, and video games. And we've stayed friends ever since. So by the time we were in our early 20s, and Ziki had relocated to the UK, but we're still in touch with each other. We just talking about animation and such things, we realized that, wait, we grew up watching these things from the US and Japan. Is anybody in Africa creating something like what we enjoy consuming? So we set out on a mission to discover the best African visual storytellers. And we started a podcast to help the rest of the world discover these creators. So we were talking about comic books, animation, video games on our podcast. After about a year and a half of podcasting, we had reached the point where we could transition into publishing. So not just promoting these creators, but empowering them to get their stories out there. We started with what we call the Kugali magazine, a short collection of comic books from different African countries.
Issue 0 before the magazine.
Kugali magazine issue 0, because we were not sure if there would ever be an issue 1. Issue 0 was 40 pages, black and white. We printed it with money from our pockets. But then as we kept pushing, we were able to go further and get to the point where we had the Kugali anthology. By this time, Hamid had discovered us because he had a similar vision that aligned with ours, and I'll let him talk about how that played out.
Yeah, so from my end, my story was slightly different in that I reached out to Tolu and Zeki. I think I found them from the podcasting, and then when I joined in, it was just before the launch of Issue 0, because I remember we did the launch in London very much. And I remember during that launch, it was a very eye-opening experience, because at that time, I was still looking at Kugali as something I was doing on the side, in that it was something I was doing for Africa on the side, because my main job there was working in, I thought it was in Hollywood, so I was working in films and so on. And I thought, okay, I'm comfortable here. And then there were 2 hits. The first hit was when we launched the Issue 0 one, which I don't know if Ziki told you this. I kept and I was like, there's no, what is this? Why are we launching this? Because I saw some of the artwork. Some of the artwork was done in color, but we actually printed it out in black and white, and the color version just looked better. It's just a budget issue. But people were excited about the black and white, like tiny book version, which did not look good. And it was that thing, that was one of the first moments where like, okay, there's something, if people are excited of this, they are really starving for something. If this thing, which I didn't think was, the quality was good enough, if this is catching people's attention, what if we do something of high quality? So that's around the time I joined up with Tolu and Ziki, and then we registered Kugali as a company from there. So I came from the film world, and I wanted to do something for back home. That was, I reached out to a few creators, because I believe in working with other people versus trying to do something by yourself. And that's how I discovered Tolu and Ziki, and the rest is history.
So back in 2021, you, Tolu, had mentioned that Iwaju will be out in 2023, but here we are in 2024, it's finally out. Can you give us maybe a bit of a background about why it took this long or why you had to delay till 2024?
We were done with production in June 2023 and we were just waiting for a release date like everyone else. We don't know all the factors that come into play when the leadership at Disney Plus fixes their release dates, because even Disney Animation was waiting for Disney Plus to tell us the release date. Remember, these are actually two different entities.
Welcome to Lagos, Nigeria.
So I've seen some of the clips of the lead actors talking about Simin, Tola, Kole and Bode. So what was the process of sourcing the cast of this animation like?
The casting process was a lot of fun, but it was also a lot of hard work. How it worked is Disney had their own casting agent who was liaising with a casting agent in Nigeria, Lala Akindoju. And so it varied from character to character. So for people like Bode, the first set of auditions I received, Femi Branch's audition, I was like, this guy is Bode. So we didn't really have to look too far. But for someone like Tola, I had to listen to many dozens of auditions. But then eventually, I think it was in the second or third round of auditions, I heard Simi's voice and I was like, this is our Tola. But the most important thing that I kept in the back of my mind for casting is ensuring that the actors and actresses that play the various roles could capture that Lagos spirit, that people from here would listen to them and they would sound exactly like the people they know, their brothers, their sisters, their friends, their colleagues. So it was a lot of fun, and I think the cast brought so much magic to the show.
What would you say if I asked you to go to the mainland?
You want to see the real Lagos?
Let's go!
So Iwaju is out now on Disney Plus and it will be out on other Disney channels. Are there other channels to watch?
At the moment, it's just the two, so Disney Plus, and then DSTV is not out in DSTV today. It's going to be out in DSTV in April. I can't remember the exact dates.
Yeah, the Disney Channel, April 22nd to 26th, and then April 29th to, I believe, the 3rd of May. In any case, you can get the information online and check the schedule for the Disney Channel.
What would you say if I asked you to go to the mainland?
My role on Iwaju is that of the director and the writer of the series. So I collaborated with, as the director, I collaborated with everyone to bring the series to life, and as the writer, I worked with my co-writer to ensure that the story was the highest possible quality.
Now, Ziki is from Lagos, Nigeria, but after the first 15 years of his life, he relocated to the UK, and even though he comes back to Lagos regularly, he's more based in the UK. So because I am based in Lagos till date, it means I'm more in touch with certain realities in Lagos than he is. And I can give an example of the public transport system. Whenever Ziki is in Lagos, he drives. I live in Lagos, I have a car, I drive, but my car could get spoiled sometimes. And maybe it takes me a few days to fix the car. I'll probably take public transport. So when I'm taking public transport, which is something Ziki does not do when he's here, it means if Ziki writes a scene where a character takes public transport, he might miss out on one or two details. Yes, he's from Lagos, he's from Nigeria, he wrote a Nigerian story, but certain finer details may be not quite there when he writes it. And then it's my job to say, this is how this would come through. This is what this should look like. So my role was just to make sure it stayed grounded and culturally authentic to Lagos.
So me as Hamid Ibrahim, my role as a production designer. For this show, we call it Production Designer Plus. That was the inside way we call it. Just because generally in Kugali how we work, Ziki handles the narrative side, or whatever writer handles the narrative side, and I usually completely take over the visual side. And in most stories, we understand that's different, where they're like, oh, the director directs the visual side as well, right? And then he tells the production designer the kind of vision he has for the world. Whereas in here, I built the vision of the world. That's why we add the plus on it. So pretty much anything you see visually on screen is kind of a baby kind of directed by me, if you put that in quotes. So production designer plus in that way. But obviously, I'm trying to idea everything to the themes Ziki wants to tell and the story Ziki wants to tell. But it's a very critical thing for me not to make it a world built on the backs of the characters, because usually a place exists first and people come in. I want it to feel like a lived-in place as these characters live inside. So if you removed our own main characters and you put other characters in this world, they could still exist and function wholly. So that was my role. So building the world of Iwaju.
We're going to be late.
Lagos traffic is no respecter of persons.
So you want to see the real Lagos?
Yes.
Thank you very much for watching. That was such a beautiful conversation. Don't forget to follow us on all our social media handles at BusinessDayNG. And don't forget to check out our website for more exciting stories at www.businessday.ng. Thanks for watching.
This is the Craftsmanship Chronicle series on Go Local, and on this episode, our focus is on wood, trees in our hood. Kemi Michael here, your Yoruba named Akwa Ibom girl, welcoming you to Go Local. Now, Go Local is a podcast where we delve deeply and explore our nation's local uniqueness. Go local, buy local, and together we stay global. As we get into it, do also grab a cup of your favorite drink and a snack you would love to munch on. Oh, and make sure to make it a Nigerian snack and get ready for an amazing ride. Since humans first realized they could make use of the materials they found in the vicinity, wood has been used and altered by us. People eventually learned about the special qualities of wood as they utilized it to satisfy a wide range of human requirements in peace and conflict, farming, and industry. Throughout history, trees and their wood have been essential to human existence. Since ancient times, wood has been one of our most vital building elements, used for construction as well as for production of tools, weapons, and furniture. Wood has historically played a key role in a lot of areas, and we Nigerians are part of that history. For this episode, I went to the Itamaga sawmill in the Ikorodu area of Lagos State, where I was able to speak with the General Secretary of the sawmill.
My name is Alhaji Kabiru Adegboyega Ibrahim, and this is Sogidowo sawmill Itamaga. So I'm the secretary to the association, General Secretary to the association, Sogidowo Plant Marketers Association of Nigeria.
Here in Nigeria and around the world, we have several uses of wood, such as agricultural purposes,
You are watching Business Day Television.
Earlier this week, 8 OPEC members agreed to pause cuts on oil production, a move that may boost global crude oil supply by 2.2 million barrels daily for the next 18 months. This move is in response to Donald Trump's clamor for reduced oil prices through increased oil production. The question is, how will this move augur for Nigerians? Is it a yay or a nay? Welcome to Economy and Markets, where we give you a comprehensive breakdown of markets and economic activities. I'm your host, David Olujimi. Since 2022, the group we know as OPEC+, that's including the OPEC members plus Russia and USA, they have been carefully managing oil supply, strategically limiting production to keep prices stable. But with rising global pressure, especially from the United States under Donald Trump, Saudi Arabia and some of its allies are now taking a different approach. More barrels of oil in the international market could mean lower oil prices worldwide. For oil importing nations, that's great news. Cheaper fuel, lower energy costs, and at least some relief to inflationary pressures. But for Nigeria, which is deeply tied to crude oil supplies or crude oil exports, the implications are mixed. On one hand, lower prices of oil could squeeze government revenue. Just remember that oil still accounts for about 70% of our export earnings and funds a large portion of the national budget. That is what our national budget is based upon. If oil prices fall too much, we could see a wider fiscal deficit, more borrowing, and pressure on the naira. And the numbers don't exactly work in our favor. For the 2025 budget, Nigeria is basing its revenue on an oil price of $75 per barrel with a targeted oil production of 2.06 million barrels per day. However, our reality paints a different picture. Currently, we are producing oil at about 1.5 million barrels per day, excluding condensates. When you add condensate, it's about 1.7 million barrels per day. And oil prices are hovering around $70.8 per barrel. This means that even before OPEC's decision, our 2025 budget were on shaky legs, struggling to meet revenue demand. If oil prices drop further due to increased supply, Nigeria's fiscal gap could widen even more. However, there's a flip side to this scenario. A drop in oil prices could see Nigeria's fuel prices also drop, and it could ease our energy crisis, especially with the removal of fuel subsidies. If global oil prices dip, local fuel prices may stabilize, relief may come to businesses and consumers. The question now is this a win or loss for Nigeria? It depends on how we manage the trade-off. Will the government find alternative revenue sources to cushion falling oil income? And how will businesses benefit enough from lower fuel costs to drive growth? We are going to be listening to Basil Abia, the co-founder of Verif Africa, very shortly on the show. He's going to give us further insight on this. Welcome to the show, Basil.
Hi, David. Absolute pleasure to be here on Business Day TV. Thank you for the welcome.
Thank you. So let's go straight into it. So we have our 2025 budget based on $75 per barrel oil price, production target 2.06 million barrels per day. But actual production is around 1.5 million barrels with oil prices below this benchmark. What are the immediate fiscal risks for Nigeria?
Well, the immediate fiscal risk here will be the fact that revenues will continue to shrink in that context. And we'll also have the budgetary deficit. As you know, of course, if you do the numbers right now, current rate, the Brent crude goes for $73 as of early this morning around 7 a.m. Now, the math that I did was just to do the annualized budget deficit, and the annualized budget deficit will be at $18 billion, which will put more strains, of course, on our foreign exchange reserves, especially when it comes to the CBN's defense of the naira. That's if you also do the omission of the derivatives that Nigeria has commitments for payments. So both forward sale agreements that we have to continue to honor, as well as the debt servicing arrangements that we also have to honor. So all of this will put fiscal strains, especially for budgetary revenues. And I just want to highlight again, 85% of Nigeria's budgetary revenue comes from foreign exchange earnings from oil. And 95% of Nigeria's current, around 95% of Nigeria's current foreign exchange earnings also come from the exportation of oil. So if you put all these numbers, the fact that we cannot meet the threshold that we've set for ourselves for the budget puts us under immediate fiscal constraints. And that could also even mean that the naira tumbles. And as you know, because there's an exchange rate inflation pass-through whenever the naira tumbles on immediate consumer end goods that are imported, mostly imported, of course, and even domestically produced goods these days, because most of the raw materials for domestically produced goods depend on FX. A tumbling of the naira means that there is an exchange rate pass-through to their production costs. So the domestic manufacturers transfer those costs to the price of those consumer goods, and of course, we, the end consumers, having to fill up those pinches. So we would have, first, like I mentioned, we would have a fiscal strain. Secondly, that will transfer into exchange rate pass-through, especially with the tumbling of naira. And then thirdly, that will transfer into high inflationary hikes, rather than the current inflection points that Nigeria is currently, to some extent, Nigeria is currently experiencing and somewhat enjoying. I'm not sure inflation inflection is enjoyable, but at least there's some form of deceleration of prices across board, and that would switch back to a trough, and that trough basically means that we will now have a new inflationary surge that is really going to be strenuous, not only in the real sector but the mass macroeconomy as well.
Okay, that's quite a breakdown of everything, and it is very bleak. But let me ask the next question. So with oil revenues potentially leading to reduced FX inflows, how do you see it affecting the naira stability? And you also talked about the inflationary trajectory in the coming months. But how do you see it affecting the naira stability? Yeah, now here's the background I'll bring to everything. We know that the CBN has expended quite a bit of FX reserves on defending the naira. From 2025 beginning till now, we've seen the FX reserves deplete by about $1.8 billion. We've seen the naira stabilize at 1,500. But do you think that we still have, how do you basically see all of this playing out, especially in regards to the FX, especially in regards to the naira stability? Or do you think that the CBN still has they still have sufficient leverage to defend the naira for the next couple of months?
Well, it depends. You have to look at a number of factors. So currently, what is our foreign exchange reserves number base? It's at 38.5 billion US dollars or thereabouts, right? Yeah. You now have to do the calculations or the computations for what our derivative payments are supposed to be. And what I mean by that are basically all of our commitments with regards to servicing debt, especially in the context of the fact that we have a very terrible practice of accessing foreign exchange financing, especially via the NMPC. So the NMPC over the last 15 years have indulged in this terrible resource-driven lending practice. And what I mean by that is that the crude forward sale agreements have staked about 300 million barrels of crude oil production. So 300 million barrels of crude oil production that always has to ship out over the span of the last 15 years has cost us about $14 billion. So $14 billion obviously comes in based on that crude forward sale agreement. But you also have to understand that no matter what we are producing for foreign exchange, there's a significant chunk, at least around 20 to 30% of our production numbers that go into servicing all of this. Now you add that with all of the other derivative commitments, where are you going to find the buffers that CBN is going to deepen to continue to defend the naira? So the CBN will be left with two options. Do we do the trickling of secondary intervention? So what I mean by that is you slow down the secondary market interventions just so you're not depleting what's left of the foreign exchange reserves. Do you understand? And then let's also forget that there were investigative reports that came out right at the end of Muhammadu Buhari's presidency, where a significant chunk of our foreign exchange reserves were also staked, for certain payment commitments to our biggest lenders in the treasury services end, so your JP Morgans and the rest of them. I don't know what that has led to, but if that is any form of proximity to the truth, then it also means that we may not even have a chance or a window where CBN can even further defend the naira. The good thing about last year and most of the reform gains that we got was that there was flexibility to be able to access more FX. Those FX wiggle room provided the CBN with new cash to be able to put in and give the naira the needed stability it was supposed to get. Did we really get stability? Most parts of last year, no, we didn't. The naira obviously lost value by nearly 30% last year. Of course, for a vast majority of last year as well, the naira both in the parallel market as well as in the NAFEM market was swinging between 1,600 naira per dollar to 1,700 naira per dollar. In fact, at some point it was at 1,800, which was nearly crisis point. But towards the end of the year, the last 2 quarters, we started to see those levels of stability. And I think that stability became mainstream, widespread and mainstream in current Q1 of 2025 that we're currently in. But the end of my prognosis is basically to say that there's a very high chance CBN are going to have to stop their secondary market interventions because there will not be enough buffer within the FX reserves mechanism to be able to defend the naira for us.
Okay, so in simpler terms, you're saying, and okay, if I'm going to hypothesize and come up with a deduction from what you've said, it means that we may start to see the naira become less stable in a way, because obviously this year we've seen the naira stable. We've seen the naira in the corridor of stability. Fairly stable. So okay. Not very.
And there's another component, just sorry to cut you short. The other component that a lot of people are not observing for, but we have highlighted already in our macroeconomic outlook for Nigeria, is the propensity for the tariff wars to transit into depleting foreign portfolio investments. And it's very clear when you look at the historic data from the last 10 to 15 years. Whenever there's an inflationary surge, even if it's a blip, say for like 1 quarter or 2 months in the US, generally the appetite for foreign portfolio investors to look towards emerging markets in that sense, for their equities investments and all of that reduces. So you see that deceleration happen, and there's more appetite in the domestic securities market in the US for these FPI guys. So it has started to happen if you observe foreign portfolio investment inflow, but it will be more pronounced from Q2 because that's when most of the execution of all of the new tariff announcements that President Donald Trump has mentioned, the ones for China, the ones for Canada, the ones for the EU as well, all of that will trickle in, and the ones for Mexico as well. And then, of course, the counter tariffs that the Chinese and the Canadians already announced. That is going to send inflationary drives tumbling. I'll just give you anecdotal as well as pronounced media data just from yesterday. The Secretary of Agriculture Department in the US has started advising Americans on TV that they should, their only counter to increasing price for poultry-based products as well as eggs is to be able to very typical Nigerian example, by the way, just indulge in livestock production in your gardens at home. And now, basically, that's what the secretary said.
That's what the American agriculture, it's quite funny.
Yeah. That's what she's advising, actually. And it's funny, but it's also not funny because it tells you just how the inflation environment in the US is going to be in the next quarter. And if that is the case, then we're going to have FPI inflows recede significantly, and that receding phenomenon is definitely going to affect how CBN does its foreign exchange management, how it does its foreign reserves management in that context. So there's going to be a pass through to the naira as well, outside of the component of oil, which is a ginormous factor behind how our FX performs or not.
Okay. So basically now, some people argue that lower global oil prices could ease fuel price pressures in Nigeria, especially considering now we've seen what's been going on since last week. We saw Dangote drop fuel prices, NNPC followed suit. All of this has been happening because we have a more
competitive domestic downstream
market, basically. So now, but I am of the sentiment, however, that we may not. I am of the sentiment, I want to get your thought. I'm of the sentiment that it does not necessarily translate to lower fuel prices for Nigerians, because we basically are talking of, we're in Nigeria, first of all. And we're talking of futures prices compared to the spot prices of these commodities. So if crude oil trades at, if crude oil futures are trading at a particular sum today, it's not affecting the price of the crude oil, actual crude oil product that's been on shore for like the last month or the last 6 weeks. So now, do you think, what's your take? Do you think that lower oil prices globally would transit, or we have a pass-through effect on fuel prices in Nigeria? Are you of that?
I think there will be an equalization of the offsets. So, and let me just explain using a very plain example. So yes, when a major refiner like Dangote goes to the international market, and most of the supply feedstock is sourced internationally, as you know, of course, due to the issues with domestic crude oil supply guarantees for that particular refinery, which I think is just absurd, because for both national security and energy security purposes, it's important to have certain guarantees of domestic crude oil feedstock to your largest refiner. At current capacity of about 500, just over 500,000 barrels per day, and at some point when there's capacity utilization of about 98 to 100%, you're looking at 650,000 barrels, which is more than enough for Nigeria's domestic market, and also trickles to the Central African and other parts of West Africa that both illegally and legally consume most of our domestic downstream petroleum products. But what I mean by equalization of offsets is that when they are buying the international crude oil feedstock, they are buying it at a cheaper rate. Let's say it further tumbles to about 60 or lower than 60, if not lower than $60 per barrel. When they're buying it, at a cheaper rate, but then the equalization happens because the dollar becomes more expensive.
Okay.
So in that context, like the dynamic that I explained earlier for your earlier question, for the receding in oil prices basically means that there's a transmission of those shocks to the performance of the Naira against other foreign exchange sources. So when that happens, the dollar is super expensive to be able to use. And so because of that price transmission, the offsets are equalized. So whatever gains that our largest refiner, Dangote, is getting from a reduction in global crude oil prices, that is being countered by a hike in their FX commitments to make those purchases. So I think that equalization will happen, and regardless, we would not really feel any difference in terms of domestic prices. To cap it off in a more negative light, and I'm not intentionally being negative here, I'm just using commonsensical deductions here, using the arithmetic that I mentioned. That commonsensical deduction here is that there's a likelihood that domestic PMS prices, diesel prices, aviation fuel prices might actually even reverse and continue hiking to the 900 to 1,000 naira per liter levels. In fact, as a matter of fact, our worst case scenario for PMS prices globally, PMS prices locally is 1,300 naira per liter. And then, of course, our best case scenario is around the range that we are currently in. Our best case scenario, we tagged it at 850 naira to 900 naira. And of course, it's just about 860 naira. So just using the outlook, using my deductive analysis, as well as using the numbers and the arithmetic that I've played in, that equalization of offset basically means that next to nothing will actually happen in our domestic downstream sector.
So very, very, very quickly, we're running out of time. What policy measures do you think Nigeria should prioritize to cushion the impact of projected lower oil revenues? So is there a case of diversifying exports? Is there anything that the government can quickly do, or fiscal reforms, or increasing local oil production efficiency, anything? Just very quickly.
I think so very quickly, if we're looking at making any difference in the next 1 year, there has to be a reduction in cost of governance and cost of executing the 2025 budget. That's the only way to be able to have a fiscal wiggle room. Because if I'm being honest, just using all of the explanations that are provided, it's very hard to see where we're going to see a surge in FX earnings. Maybe in relative terms, but not, in the other terms. And then outside of that as well, if you're asking for Nigeria to diversify its exports, in that sense, the diversification that happened last year was largely artificial because, again, the Naira gained grounds last year. And with the Naira gains grounds, it automatically means that exports are easier or cheaper in that context. And that's what we saw with our increased number in terms of non-oil exports. To give you further context, we made about $5.45 billion from non-oil exports last year. A chunk of that from our fertilizer exports from both Indorama Element in Port Harcourt and, of course, the Dangote fertilizer refinery in Lagos. And then other components of that increase in non-oil exports were cocoa, sesame seed, shea butter, cashew, and to even cap it off, some gold from Segilola as well. Some of our gold from Segilola also played a tiny role in those numbers. I don't see that. I don't see anything outside of that artificial increase to happen this year. I don't think we've seen production numbers in any part of the non-oil exports value chains to expect that there will be a significant increase to even something like $7 billion or $10 billion. If that happens, then it's a miracle, because just looking at it, cultivated areas right now in Nigeria is actually shrinking. So where's the food production that you would even expect for increasing in exports in that context? Okay. Now, outside of it, domestic production for exports is shrinking because just the numbers from Manufacturing Association of Nigeria is already showing that shrinking due to the tough domestic economic conditions. So the only commonsensical thing to do, or the two commonsensical things that we expect from government, is to ensure that they are not wasteful in spending, so that there's enough wiggle room to continue their poverty alleviation efforts and many other things, like even just paying salaries on time, for instance. And then the second part will probably be to hope that the new tax reform bills become laws, and then there's a swift implementation of that at the latest by Q3. If you do that, then it means domestic revenues increase by, at the very least, 5%. And a 5% increase in our domestic revenues is decent work. Next year, we know that full implementation of the tax reform laws will kick off. We can expect as much as a 30% surge in domestic revenue mobilization. But yeah, those are the two commonsensical things or steps that the federal government of Nigeria should be able to take on.
Thank you so much, Basil. Thank you so much for your time on the show. It was great having you on the show, but we have to call it a wrap at this point. Thank you for joining us.
Thank you, Joseph. Yeah, okay.
See you again on Friday. We're going to be, this is Economy and Market on Business Day TV. Have a lovely morning. I'm David Olujimi.
Good morning and welcome to the BDTV Breakfast Show. I am Bethel Ogunjobi.
My name is Elizabeth Musa.
And this is the social listening segment on the BDTV Breakfast Show.
We're talking about the Fly Nigeria Act. Can you give us a background into what this is about?
We are here today on the streets of Lagos, Nigeria, to gather opinion about a pressing issue.
I go look at the cost of petrol. We get very Nigeria with the suffer.
The income is not really increasing, but the prices of items are increased. Nothing like savings again. No. You only pray for that money to reach you that month.
There's a lot of high pressure, a lot of stress. There's a lot of high targets to be met.
I was quite strict. In my mind, I said, looking for my hand, my picking will spoil.
To allow all banks and all the players in the space
15% inflation target achievable in 2025.
The command and vision philosophy of both the Chief of Defense Staff
the Chief of Army Staff, and indeed all the service chiefs.
Hello, this is Bode Oshosami on Global Business Insights on BDTV, where we bring ideas and discussions on the business headlines.
Kemi Michael here, your Yoruba named Akwa Ibom girl, welcoming you to Go Local. We took a trip down to the town of Kenta in the heart of Abeokuta, where we met with the Otun Iyaloja of Kenta Kampala Market and a few traders.
Chief Mrs. Olukemi Shomuyiwa Odunlami. I am the Otun Iyaloja of Kenta Adire Kampala Market.
Yeah, good afternoon. My name is Kaka Aisha Remilekun.
Adire was once, and still is, a closely guarded family secret in Egbaland. Parents carefully taught the techniques to their daughters, and the wives to their sons. This tradition was so sacred that outsiders were initially barred from participating, as Adire production echoed the whispers of a family's heritage.
Yes, my grandmom did it, my mom did it, and now to me. And by the grace of God, my children are still on it also.
They're learning.
They've learned it. They are growing up. They've married, and they are doing this business.
Okay.
And they are educated too.
Yes.
At least I have PhD holder among them. I have BSc among them. But I made this business compulsory for them. They have passion for it because it's something they grow up with.
It's a family thing. So my mom do, my grandmom, I was born into it. So after schooling, the challenges in the economy, have to come back into the business.
Different countries go through challenges. Our motherland, Nigeria, sure has her fair share of those. In these trying times, the Adire makers and producers are also affected by several challenges.
The challenges that we are facing presently is the material we are using. You see, they are not producing the material, the cloth in Nigeria now. Most of the industries that produce it, like Gaspia Textile, United Textile, Arewa Textile.
Good afternoon and welcome to the BDTV News at noon. I am Norma Obuna. Let's see what's making headlines. Court orders for forfeiture of 1.37 billion naira allegedly diverted during El-Rufai administration. Federal government threatens to shut down private jet terminals to curb illegal operations. Osun local government crisis. Governor Adeleke holds closed-door meeting with Akonde. China, Mexico, Canada retaliate as Trump's 25% tariffs on goods take effect. LeBron James shatters NBA record with 50,000 career points record. We begin the news in Nigeria, where the Federal High Court in Kaduna has ordered an interim forfeiture of 1.37 billion naira allegedly diverted from the coffers of the Kaduna state government into a private account. According to reports, the money was part of funds released for a failed light rail project in Kaduna state during the administration of former Governor El-Rufai between 2015 and 2023. The Judge H. Buhari issued the forfeiture order on 28 February following an ex parte application by the Independent Corrupt Practices and Other Related Offences ICPC, which traced the money to a private account. Moving on, the federal government has threatened to shut down the General Aviation Terminal (GAT) of the Nnamdi Azikiwe International Airport, Abuja, following reports that the VIP section of the airport is used for money laundering, drugs, human trafficking, among other criminal activities in the country. Festus Kemayo, the Minister of Aviation and Aerospace Development, revealed that the issue of illegal charter operations by private jets and aircraft owners who obtain licenses under the Permit of Non-Commercial Flight (PNCF) has become endemic in the aviation sector. Ministerial Task Force on Illegal Charter Flight Operations, chaired by Ado Sanusi, Managing Director of Aero Contractors, also identified critical lapses that have resulted into a staggering 120 billion naira revenue loss to the federal government over the past decade. To end the local news, Governor Adeleke held a 2-hour meeting on Tuesday with BC Akonde, former interim national chairman of APC, at the latter's residence in Ibadan. This meeting, held amid a leadership crisis affecting local government councils in Osun State, was part of Adeleke's efforts to update key stakeholders on ongoing developments. And on the foreign scene, China, Mexico, and Canada have responded to tariffs imposed by the United States with retaliatory levies. China announced retaliatory levies of up to 15% on some U.S. imports and restrictions on dual-use exports to 15 American companies. Beijing's Minister of Finance also revealed that it will impose a 15% tariff on 29 U.S. chicken, wheat, corn, and cotton products, including fresh or frozen chicken, wheat flour, and cotton. A 10% tariff will also be imposed on 711 U.S. sorghum, soybean, pork, beef, seafood, dairy, fruit, and vegetable products. In conjunction, the Commerce Ministry announced the restrictions on dual-use exports to 15 American companies, including Leidos, General Atomics Land Systems, while adding 10 U.S. firms to its unreliable entitled lists. To end the news, LeBron James cemented his legendary status in NBA history on Tuesday, February 4th, becoming the first player to surpass 50,000 career points across regular season and postseason play. The Los Angeles Lakers superstar extended his lead as the league's all-time scoring king, achieving a milestone that may stand unchallenged for generations. Among active players, only Kevin Durant, currently with just 35,000 points, ranks in the top 10, making it unlikely that anyone would challenge James's historic total anytime soon. Those were the top headlines on BDTV News at noon. Watch out for more updates.
Good morning and welcome to the BDTV Breakfast Show. I am Bethel Olajabi.
My name is Elizabeth Musa. And this is the social listening segment on the BDTV Breakfast Show.
We're talking about the Fly Nigeria Act. Can you give us a background into what this is about?
We are here today on the streets of Lagos, Nigeria, to gather opinion about a pressing issue.
I go look at the cost of petrol. We get very Nigeria with the suffer.
The income is not really increasing, but the prices of items are increased. Nothing like service again, no. You only pray for that money to reach you that month.
There's a lot of high pressure, a lot of stress. There's a lot of high targets to be met.
I was quite strict. In my mind, I said, looking for my hand, my picking will spoil.
To allow all banks and all the players in the space
15% inflation target achievable in 2025.
The command and vision philosophy of both the Chief of Defense Staff, the Chief of Army Staff, and indeed all the service chiefs.
You are watching Business Day Television.
Top 5 countries where Nigerians can study abroad without English test. Before recent changes, international students aiming to study in top institutions in the USA, UK, Canada, and Australia needed English proficiency test scores like IELTS, TOEFL, or PTE for admission and visas. Here are 5 countries where Nigerians can study abroad without English tests. Number 1, Germany. Germany's education system offers affordable tuition fees. Nigerians interested in studying there often ask if they need an IELTS test. The good news is many German universities now accept students without IELTS. They require a proof of English proficiency through specific documents for admission and visa applications. Number 2, Norway. Norwegian higher education offers top academics and teaching methods. It includes all accredited institutions and programs. English is widely spoken in universities, and Nigerian students can study in Norway without IELTS with the senior school certificate from 1988. Number 3, France. Studying in France is a dream for Nigerian students due to its high-quality education. France is a top global destination for studying abroad, but language tests like IELTS or TOEFL can be a challenge for many international students. Number 4, Austria. Many Austrian universities offer alternatives for the IELTS for English proficiency, such as interviews or previous education in English. Nigerians with a strong WAEC or NECO English results can benefit from these options for studying in Austria. Number 5, Singapore. Singapore's diverse population creates a culturally rich environment. It's welcoming for those from different backgrounds to study or work. Singapore offers quality education, career opportunities, modern infrastructure, and affordable education costs, making it a top choice for international students. Nigerian students can study in Singapore without needing an IELTS score for university admission. To read on these and more, visit www.businessday.ng. Follow us on all social media platforms at BusinessDayNG. Business Day, news you can trust.
You are watching Business Day Television.
I am, of course, a great admirer of the impeccable credibility, professionalism, and business savviness of Business Day. If you really mean business in Nigeria, start your day with Business Day.
Business Day is West Africa's leading provider of business intelligence and information, delivering premium content across diversified media platforms, including online, mobile, and print. Since its inception in 2001 with a weekly newspaper production, Business Day has expanded its reach to provide exclusive content accessible through print, mobile, and online channels. Our premium offerings are further enriched with syndicated content from esteemed sources like the Financial Times, The Economist, and the Harvard Business Review. At Business Day, our mission is clear: to be the foremost provider of business and financial content, empowering readers to make informed decisions in Nigeria and Africa. Since our establishment, we have been committed to delivering insightful, relevant, and accurate information about Nigeria's business and finance environment, while contextualizing the impact of global events. We monitor the stock market, analyze the companies driving it, and report on government policies and their economic implications.
For being consistent in organizing these CEO forums for almost the last 14 years, I think this is worth commendation, and I think something that will encourage them to continue.
From decoding market trends to dissecting economic shifts, we offer actionable investment ideas and serve as a compass for decision makers navigating complexity. Beyond headlines, Business Day fosters discussions on critical economic issues through impactful conferences and events. These platforms bring industry leaders together to share narratives that drive innovation and spark meaningful dialogues. Our events galvanize connections, bridging the gap between inspiration and achievement. For businesses seeking visibility, our strong digital presence offers unparalleled opportunities, with millions of followers across social media and a dynamic website attracting visitors from within and outside Nigeria. Business Day is the ideal platform to boost visibility for your products and services. If you're looking for in-depth analysis and expert opinions on Nigeria and Africa's business landscape, Business Day is your guide.
Hello, this is Bode Oshosami on Global Business Insights on BDTV, where we bring ideas and discussions on the business headlines.
Kemi Michael here, your Yoruba named Akwa Ibom girl, welcoming you to Go Local. We took a trip down to the town of Kenta in the heart of Abeokuta, where we met with the Otun Iyaloja of Kenta Kampala Market and a few traders.
Chief Mrs. Olukemi Somuyiwa Odulami. I am the Otun Iyaloja of Kenta Adire Kampala Market.
Yeah, good afternoon. My name is Kaka Aisha Remilekun.
Adire was once, and still is, a closely guarded family secret in Egbaland. Parents carefully taught the techniques to their daughters, and the wives to their sons. This tradition was so sacred that outsiders were initially barred from participating, as Adire production echoed the whispers of a family's heritage.
Yes, my grandmom did it, my mom did it, and now to me. And by the grace of God, my children are still on it also.
They're learning.
They've learned it. They are growing up. They've married, and they are doing this business.
Okay.
And they are educated too.
Yes.
At least I have PhD holder among them. I have BSc among them. But I made this business compulsory for them. They have passion for it because it's something they grow up with.
It's a family thing. So my mom do, my grandmom, I was born into it. So after schooling, the challenges in the economy, have to come back into the business.
Different countries go through challenges. Our motherland, Nigeria, sure has her fair share of those. In these trying times, the Adire makers and producers are also affected by several challenges.
The challenges that we are facing presently is the material we are using. You see, they are not producing the material, the cloth. in Nigeria now. Most of the industries that produce it, like Gaspia Textile, United Textile, Arewa Textile, they are fold up. So the white material that we are using now, the brocade, is from China. And by the, you see the dollar is moving up. So it's made the price to cost now. Before, when they are producing it in Nigeria, we do buy it like 100,000 per bill. Even it was 55 before. It's jumped to 100,000. Now it's 600,000 per bill. So it's very expensive presently. Then secondly, the dye that we are using is not made in Nigeria. It's an imported also. So the price has risen up. Even the common candle that we are using is now expensive. It's not made in Nigeria.
This is the Business Day television broadcast. You are watching Business Day television.
Good afternoon and welcome to Inside Politics on BDTV. I'm in your work. Over the past 25 years, since the return to democracy, Nigeria has witnessed incremental social, political, and economic gains. As a system of government, democracy has enabled increased citizen participation and strengthened democratic institutions, despite the allure of institutional capture. But progress has been slow. Experts say Nigerian democracy has shown no sign of progress. Incidents of election malpractices, electoral violence has compromised voters' participation, and increased socio-economic challenges has also affected public confidence in democracy in Nigeria. There are divergent views on the way forward, with many calling for new constitution. Some want restructuring, others say they don't want it. And some have said what we need is to change this current system of government. And when we do that, our democracy probably will come to a point of what we desire. I'm being joined today on the program by a political expert, a professor of political science, Professor Sylvester Odiona Hanem. He's a professor of political science at the Lagos State Department of Political Science, Lagos State University. Last week, Professor had his inaugural lecture where he x-rayed democracy in different countries within the continent and come to the conclusion that Nigerian democracy, when you compare to Ghana, South Africa, or others, it seems to be stagnating. Prof, good afternoon and welcome to Inside Politics.
Good afternoon. Thanks for having me here.
When Nigeria returned to democracy after so many years of military rule in 1999, there was so much euphoria. Nigerians were happy that soon they would begin to see the gains of democracy. The country was now returning back to self-rule. But over the years, 25 years after, it appears that euphoria has waned, and they seem to be giving way to despair. It appears our democracy is troubled. Do you agree?
Well, I think that it is not a yes or no answer. After a long period of military rule, Nigerians, were expecting a lease. They wanted, freedom. They wanted to be able to, speak, assemble, debate issues that affect their lives and all of that. So we've not had, that space, as such. Because if you go back to 1999, what we had was a parted transition. What Fela would call RNG. Two candidates were the dominant candidates, Olufalaye and retired General Olusegun Obasanjo, from one part of the country. No other candidate from any other part of the country. So, ab initio, the democratic space was constricted. But of course, I know that it was part of the brickmanship of the period. You have an election that was annulled, June 12th, that led to crisis. And I think that the Nigerian elite believed that the only way to restore some measure of stability would be, to reward that part of the country with the presidency of the country, which was why Olusegun Obasanjo, of course, became the first president, in the Fourth Republic, May 1999. So that is it. And there's what we call part dependency. If you start a process, it has consequences. So that has limited the democratic space in Nigeria, in the sense that you would expect that Obasanjo dug in, had 2 terms, and even wanted a 3rd term that was at least heroically truncated by the National Assembly, of that period. And in doing that, the democratic process was greatly compromised. You recall that there were allegations of Ghana must go moving around in the National Assembly.
Yes, all right.
And all of that, So when you kind of dilute the democratic process like that by those out of impropriety, politically speaking, then you are undermining the democratic process, because people ought to be able to express themselves. When you bribe people in order to get a 3rd term, for example, you are repressing the democratic process. The Constitution is very clear. Why not abide by the rules of law, rules of the game? The provisions of the Constitution are very clear. After 2 terms, no matter how popular you are not allowed.
Yeah.
You would therefore see that attempt to elongate the tenure of incumbents, particularly in West Africa, has led to series of coup d'etat. So it's a source of instability. It's a source of instability in the sub-region and, of course, elsewhere in the continent. So my summary is that Nigeria's democracy has grown quantitatively, because we are in the second half of almost going to a generation.
Yes.
26 years, by May. So it has grown quantitatively, but it has not grown qualitatively. Within the context of liberal democracy, that's what Samuel Huntington calls 2 texts, 2 turnover texts, in which case an incumbent hands over to an opposition in an electoral cycle. Then that opposition that becomes the incumbent is also defeated by the opposition. When you have that, you would have passed the 2 turnover texts. Nigeria has not passed that. In fact, PDP, that was the ruling party initially, thought of staying in power till 2060.
Yes, that was a desire.
Until a coalition unseated them in 2015.
Yes.
You can debate the fairness of that process, all the contradictions of that process, but at least there was a turnover in 2015. But we have not had that. Aside that, we have not.
All right, you seem not to agree that, but in your inaugural lecture, your book here, your research, your finding, the topic here was shifting for good, the weapon of empiricism in the disorder of a 3rd wave of democracy in Africa. When you look at our democracy, when we return back to democracy in 1999, what were the things that you probably felt we didn't do right then, that is probably affecting us or slowing us back now?
I think that, as I was a major actor.
You were a major
fight against the military.
Democracy, we are still coming to that.
The fight against the military. So part of the expectation was at the beginning that human rights, will be sanctified. No violation of rights. There will be respect for the rights of our citizens. People, can assemble. People can, associate at various levels. You can write, without being fear of being arrested or censored and all of that. These were some of the expectations. But besides, there's also this popular expectation that democracy, as one local musician in Benin puts it, means government of jolly, jolly. So Nigerians have not had, that jolly, jolly, and human rights violation has increased. If you look at the human rights record from OD, massacre.
In 2003.
Yeah. Was OD in 2003, yeah. OD massacre even to the last massacre in Delta, Okwama massacre. That, of course, speaks to the way we take human rights in this country. Communities are leveled by the security forces. That does not speak well, for our democracy. It diminishes, the value of our democracy, which is the reason why I continue to maintain that we have grown quantitatively because we have not had a truncation of the process for 2 decades and a half. Therefore, that is something to be proud about. But the content, is anything but not edifying. Elections have not been free and fair in this country. Many elections have been rigged, both gubernatorial, even local government elections, as well as the general elections have been rigged in this country. And the usual reference point is 2007 election, when the Commonwealth made a pronouncement.
Morris Iwu.
Yes, Morris Iwu was the
INEC
chairman at that time. The Commonwealth came and looked at, our preparations, our expectations, vis-a-vis that election. And they said Nigeria went below the standard it set for itself. We said we will be at point C. We remain at 0 point. That was what happened. The beneficiary of that election, late President Musa Yar'Adua of blessed memory, admitted that the election was flawed. If you look at the Supreme Court judgment or the election tribunal judgment, if you look at the wordings of that, you discover that was a political judgment. They did not want to create a vacuum. But if they were bold enough, they would have done what the Kenya judiciary did by ordering a fresh election. But they didn't do that here. So the Nigerian judiciary has also taken a beating because they refuse, to improve their own integrity. And it has been on a declining curve even up to this moment.
But there have been incidents where they have called for gubernatorial election, they've called for a fresh election. But why is it so difficult for a judiciary, the Supreme Court, to annul a presidential election and call for a fresh election, even when there are overwhelming controversy trailing such elections?
I think it's the conspiracy within the governing elite. It's conspiracy. And if there's conspiracy, it means that institutions of government or arms of government cannot exercise, autonomy. That is basically what is playing out, with allegations and counter-allegations about how judges are bribed, to make rulings in favor of one party or the other. We've seen that. But there was also a time, and I think between 1999 and even 2007, the judiciary, particularly at the level of the gubernatorial elections, made some, bold judgment.
The Amechi case, the Amechi case, that he won in Ondo State.
Yes, that we're seen as progressive. I remember the Economist also talked about democracy through the judiciary. I think the Economist wrote a header like that over the Nigerian, case, which was why I wrote in a major piece by saying the giant learns to walk over the 2007 election. Particularly what happened at the provincial, or the state level in that election.
But if you're looking at that process, Yar'Adua coming into office and he died. Then we had his deputy taking over, Jonathan. Mm-hmm. There was Jonathan set up a committee to look at having is it a free and fair election or conducting?
It was Yar'Adua himself who set it up.
Okay, before he died.
The waste panel.
A committee to look at how we can reform the election system. And several recommendations were made now to make our elections more credible. And you want to speak on that?
I think the first thing was that INEC was supposed to be unbundled. So that you have different departments dealing with specific areas of election. Even election offenses and all of that were part of those, recommendations. The constitution of INEC itself was part of the recommendation. In which case, the executive will not have to play a leading role in the appointment of the head of independent
INEC chairman.
INEC chairman. So those were the recommendations were beautiful and far-reaching. If you looked at them, if we followed them, Nigeria democracy would be notched, forward in terms of quality. But we have not done that.
That would have taken our democracy to another level entirely if that had been reformed.
So,
that committee suggestion had been implemented about 10 years ago.
Which is the reason why I've always argued that. I know you indicated in that direction. I've always argued that the problem with our democracy is not so much that the constitution itself is full of contradictions, but that the elites, the governing elites, have deliberately subverted the constitution itself. The rules are there. You subvert it. You don't play by the rules. So when you do that, you weaken state institution. You also delegitimize yourself, those who are in power.
And there have been calls, if you look at over the last few years, there have been called that the Ways Committee report should be implemented. The committee report will have, if it has been implemented, it will have solved a lot of the crisis we are having in our electoral system. Let's go back to your research, your lecture, and your book. You compare Nigeria democracy with some countries within Africa, Ghana, South Africa, and some other country, Kenya. What seems to be missing from our democracy here to what you see in other countries?
I think the point to make is that Nigeria has a great deal of elite who are very warped, who are, after themselves. They are, everything is about self-aggrandizing. Everything is about self-interest. You don't govern a state when those who constitute the governing class are self-interested. The only way you can govern a state judiciously is by taking your interest, personal interest, out of it, and then take the interest of the public as the core of programming and policies. So Nigerian elites have not been able to do that. Elites elsewhere sit back and say, we have got it wrong. What do we do next? You don't see that here in Nigeria. What you see is that you see caucusing about how to embark on free ride, loot the state. That is what happens. Even when you go to the National Assembly, you discover that many of them are pursuing LPO. You don't run a country like that. Nigeria, as big as it is, you don't run a country like that. That is why, if you look at Kenya institutions have grown more than what the political culture itself. I mean, the political culture of the elite. Why is declining? The institutions in Kenya, they are strengthening themselves, which is why you could see all their pronouncement on the various elections, in that country, that the institutions have now proven itself stronger than the political culture of the elites, of the governing elites in that country. So that is gain on their side. And you have seen series of turnover from Arap Moi to Mwai Kibaki, to Kenyatta Uhuru, and now to Ruto.
Yeah.
So that is plus for them. In Ghana, you could see that voting takes on issue. Identity politics is there, but voting took on issues. The only reason why Nana Akufo-Addo was removed is that he performed woefully. He never delivered on all his promises, and MPP has proven to be a party where corruption thrives, which is why Mahama is back, in Ghana. And from 1992, when Rawlings, achieved what we call self-transmutation.
Yes.
Rawlings handed over power in 2000 to Kufuor. Then in 2009, Kufuor handed over to Atamis. So Ghana has passed the two turnover test more than, even the last election was also an alternation of power between the opposition parties. So you can see that. If you go to South Africa has one of the best constitutions in Africa. one of the best constitution, and gendering, women with, a very beautiful human rights, human rights charter, and all of that. So you could see that even given the fact that what you have in South Africa is what I call dominant power politics, because ANC is the dominant party, but you can still see that ANC is fracturing on the basis of policy. Julius Malema and others who broke away are saying that you need to empower the blacks economically, and that you cannot pursue World Bank and IMF policies, in a country that has been has its population deprived for several centuries, 1652, to date. So the South Africans equate democracy with prosperity, and if you are not delivering on that, which Mandela tried to do within the first tenure, which he spent only one tenure before he handed over to Thabo Mbeki.
Yes.
Then you have not done anything in South Africa.
So this democracy that you have actually mentioned, what is making them strive when you compare to what we have here?
What
is missing in our democracy?
I think it's what I would call the integrity of the elites. The integrity of the elites in those countries. Yeah. If you have an elite with integrity, you can manage your resources prudently, and because people are not interested in the ideas in your head, they are interested in whether there is food on the table. They are interested in the future of their children. Cabral said that a long time ago, and that is the way it is. If you cannot provide food for people, you cannot provide the basics for people, democracy is meaningless, to them. And South Africa has approximated that. The electorate in South Africa has approximated, that fact about, how people perceive government.
You talked about the weak institution, the fact that when you compare democracy in Ghana to what we have here, the strengthening of the election system, electoral body in Ghana, to what we have here, the INEC, compare in your research, in your lecture. So could you compare what you complain about the weak institutions we have in Nigeria, that unless we strengthen our institutions here, we may not get it right with them?
Yeah, I think let's look at it. It's a triangle. You have to have an elite that is selfless, because even when you talk about building,
but institutions could also check.
Yes, just hold on. Institutions cannot check the elite when they have not been reified, meaning they are not strong enough to do so. You have not built a tradition, over time, that anybody trying to violate it will look back and say, no, nobody has done it before. And the populace will be so conscientized to the extent that you dare not, you must weigh the weight of public opinion before you move in that direction. I think that's the point, to note. So institutions, no matter what you say, that we need strong institutions and not strong men. You need state building elite to build those institutions to the point of maturity, where it becomes possible for new entrants, to subvert those institutions, where the population will be ready to defend those institutions.
Why a lot of people think our democracy is troubled now is because of we talk about having the right elite. How do we have the right people there? I remember our chat some months back. We talk about the current crop of opposition we have are probably the most work in the history of this country. And how do we get the kind of elite you want to public office?
Yeah, yes, I got the point you are making. You see, the one of the assumptions of those who are watching the democratic process is to think that democracy will be baked like cake and put on a platter and it's offered to you. It doesn't happen that way. Democracy is about contestation of social forces. So those who want the country to move forward must, be ready to join the fray. If we don't have them there, it's not possible. You can see Malema fought within the ANC. And when it was impossible, he crystallized his own political party and won elections to the parliament. And he terrorizes, the president in the parliament. He has his own members of the parliament. So it's able to offer a voice. And that is how you purify, so to speak, the content of democracy. Let's say we have, if you look at the National Assembly today, there's hardly any figure that was involved in the struggle against the military in this country that is there today. Maybe perhaps you can talk about Professor Julius Ihonvere, who was the leader of Organization of Nigerian Overseas, that was involved at the level of mobilizing the international community at that level. I can't point to any other person. Of course, the president, the incumbent president was involved in that pro-democracy, struggle. Who else in the National Assembly? These are people who are just there to free ride, to pass off on the state. So that's part of the tragedy, because those who don't understand what the country went through when the military were in charge will not be able to protect our democracy.
I remember some years ago, Desmond Tutu was in the country. He talked about the fact that one of the problems we have is we don't have a variety civil society group. And when you talk about not having the right people in public place, and that people have to take that move, but that voice seems not to be there. And when you don't have a civil society that is strong enough, probably want to say the political society, the opposition party seem to be weak now. A lot of people say they have been hijacked by the ruling party. And who's going to speak for the masses? So will you say we are in trouble?
The civil society is an invention of the West. Before civil society, we talk about social and political movements. We talk about social, political movements. Civil society is an invention of the West, who believe that, you have the state on one side, you just oppose the civil society, against the state on the other side. And often, civil society is limited to non-governmental organizations who are equipped with programs by Western organizations. No. Before we started talking about the fall of the Soviet Union, we were talking about movements in this country. There were fundamental political movements in this country. For example, you have the Socialist Congress of Nigeria in this country. You had Socialist Revolutionary Vanguard in this country. These are organizations that were contesting the space, that had on the table a power agenda. You even had the Labour Congress that was also a tough for political battle, that were posing concrete issues that can transform the Nigerian polity. Talking about NSC led by Alichi Roman, and of course the comrade from Oshun. What is his name again? Not Roman, the other one, Hassan Sumunu. These guys were posing concrete political issues and even addressed the power question in terms of a Labour Party.
But we don't seem to have them anymore.
So what I'm trying to say is that these are the forces that can alter the power equation, not NGOs. Everybody is crying now because Trump is saying that USAID will not be funded anymore.
Most of them seem to be they seem to be in power. I remember speaking with the late Oduma King just before he died, and I asked him, why do we don't seem to have a variety civil society? They're not talking again. He said, well, most of them are not in power. They're not in office. They're not in public office.
Yeah, but
that is why
I think the point to note there, it's always good to be theoretically clear about all of these things. You understand? In the society that is democratic, the avenues to power are the political parties. The political parties constitute the engine room of democracy. So if you have a virile party, you won't be talking about NGOs. NGO will also subsume themselves within the broad activities of the political parties.
All right, let's still watching Inside Politics. We take a short break. When we come back, we'll get Prof view about the Babangida view, the book that is probably shaking the country right now. You are a major player, the June 12 era. We'll take a short break. When we come back, we'll continue with the program.
You are watching Business Day Television.
I am, of course, a great admirer of the impeccable credibility, professionalism, and business savviness of BusinessDay. If you really mean business in Nigeria, start your day with BusinessDay.
You are watching Business Day Television.
Right. As you're watching Inside Politics, I am in your bumpy work. I've been speaking with Professor Sylvester Odionahane. She's Professor of Political Science, Department of Political Science in Lagos State University. And we've been exchanging his recent research on democracy in Nigeria and Africa. Prof, before we talk about the IBB book, what is your take on some people saying, some Nigerians, prominent Nigerians are saying we need a new constitution. We need to change the system of government. Some weeks ago I was with Wale Oshun. You know him, the Afenefere
clapping with one hand.
National chairman. He said one thing. He said, I quote him, "One thing I know is that Nigeria as presently constituted can only survive when the constitution is reworked. Otherwise, we are postponing the doomsday." Do you agree to this?
You know, the fight against the military started with the call for a sovereign national conference. And I was historically privileged to have been mandated to write the blueprint for the convocation of a sovereign national conference by the Campaign for Democracy. A report which I presented at the Ibadan Convention of the Campaign for Democracy in 1994. Since 1999, we have had 2 aborted conferences. You know, well, Jonathan Constitutional Conference succeeded, but of course the outcome has since been dumped under the carpet, yes, perhaps, and the rest of it. So there are contradictions within the Nigerian polity, and people believe that engrossing a new constitution, you know, we take care of those, you know, contradictions. But the point to make is that when there are contradictions in society, people must embark on a process, you know, to ratify those contradictions, to ratify them. Politically, people do that by constitution making. You know, either you alter what you have already, or you know, you compact a new document.
We've been amending.
You know, you compact a new document.
How long are we going to continue to amend it?
I mean, in terms of amendment, if there are contradictions, you deal with it. You know, making that point does not. I'm not shying away from the point that you can't have a brand new constitution. I'm not sharing away from.
He's talking about restructuring.
So, but what you, restructuring is part of having a brand new constitution when you restructure, because we believe that the Nigerian Federation, as presently constituted, is skewed. You know, is skewed in such a way that it will continue, you know, to engender crisis within the country. That's the point. But let me make this fundamental point about constitutions. Constitutions, whatever name you call them, must approximate the aspirations, the social needs, you know, of a people. Once the constitution does that, it does not matter whether you call it parliamentary or presidential, you know, whether you call it liberal or social democracy, whatever you like, you know, that is a constitution. And democracy acquires its content through practice. You know, so I think that is the point to make about that, in short. So if things are wrong with our constitutions,
in your view, yes, is this presidential system working? If you had the opportunity, will you change the system?
I think that we should.
A lot of people say the genesis of our socio-economic problem
is. I think we should talk more about the actors.
The actors are not the
system, because if you have a system can be strengthened when you have actors, you know, who are selfless. I mean, the constitution did not prescribe a third term when somebody attempted to go for third term in this country. Constitution didn't so. If you look at the federal character principles in the constitution, He said you must appoint people into position in such a way that it will reflect the diversity in the country. But what do politicians do? They continue to appoint only people from their own parts of the country. So you will therefore see that fundamentally, it is not the Constitution. The Constitution has its own problems, but the actors are the biggest headache that we have in this country.
So it's more about the actors. What is your take on IBB book? He made so many revelations. The fact that the annulment of the election was probably more of the work of Abacha. You were imprisoned. You were an activist, one of the advocates of the return to civilian rule. You were in prison at the Kebbi prison. You were there for a while by the Abacha or Babangida administration. What is your take in all this?
Let me make a disclosure. I've not read the book. I've only read commentaries, by various commentators. Those who have read the book and those who were at the launch of the book and all of that. But what I can say is that buck passing is not the desired way to go. Buck passing. That's not the best way to go. All I know is that Babangida wanted self-transportation, which Rawlings did successfully in 1992 in Ghana, which failed in Nigeria, because the basis of the Oka coup of April 1990 was to truncate his attempt to transmute into a civilian president in this country. Go and ask Major S.G. Mukoro and other key actors. Colonel Yami, Tony Yami is there. Go and ask them. So he was not ready for a democracy, a competitive democracy. He wanted self-transportation. And that was why we in the pro-democracy movement kept talking about the hidden agenda. And why scholars who reviewed the process subsequently titled Nigerian transition process endless transition. Transition without end. So it's very clear. You are not talking to idiots. You are not talking to fools. People who work closely with him have had their own say on what happened during that period. Later, Momoruyi, wrote about what happened during that period, and so many other actors. So what is new that is coming to tell us? I mean, this is not the best way, to live your twilight. I think you should have just been silent. That's my opinion. But of course, generations yet unborn, we have that materials, and on the basis of available data, we'll be able to pass their judgment.
He talks so many things. He said about the coup.
And you know the writing autobiography is one of the most censored things in the world. There are things you don't put in the book. So, and I think that is the disadvantage of that work itself. CCC's coup, there are so many things that people don't know about that coup. CC Ono, for example, revealed that Ojukwu had also planned a coup even before that coup. CC Ono,
yes,
revealed. Nobody has paid attention to that.
CC Ono was former governor of Enugu.
Yes, revealed that Ojukwu planned a coup, which did not work, and which was why he was opposed to the General 15 Boys. He was in Kano and subverted, that coup. So there are so many things about that coup.
And people even said if Kaduna and Co wanted to bring Awolowo to power, why didn't they remove him from prison after the coup?
So it's a very controversial issue. That aspect is there, That aspect is there.
Some have said, why didn't you?
Ifa Juna's manuscript is suppressed. Nobody has seen it, But at least Ademoyega is there. Alexander Madiebo's work is there, and the rest of them. So let's not go there. The war against the civil war was unfair. The civil war against the Igbos was unfair. I think that's the point to make as far as that is concerned. But we'll continue to analyze the pros and cons of April 1966. That's what political analysts do. And now that he has also, raised the temple of the debate, people will continue to debate it, but there are enough literature for people to be able to form opinion about what happened in 1966.
Finally, sir, what is your take on the state of opposition in the country? We two political leaders, El-Rufai and Atiku, came some weeks ago to say the ruling party is subverting the opposition deliberately. Do you agree to?
Yes, opposition. I mean, incumbents do everything possible, particularly when an incumbent wants a second term. You know, it's in your interest if the opposition is disorganized, but it's also in the interest of the country for the opposition to get themselves organized, you know, to contest, you know, political power in the country. So there's nothing wrong if an incumbent, you know, as a policy or a strategy, disorganizes the opposition. It is left for the opposition to organize. After all, the incumbent came on the back of a coalition that formed the APC. So the opposition have the liberty to also organize strongly to ensure that they're able to contest power.
How healthy is that for Nigerian democracy? Looking at the kind of opposition that we have, since the recent guilt or defection to the ruling party of the last few weeks, because of...
We have profiled the character of the Nigerian politician to say they are selfish and self-centered. We have made that point, you know, but that does not stop other actors from joining the fray. The biggest prize is not the presidency. Opposition can control the parliament. That's the point. People are always looking at the presidency or the governorship. You can take over the House of Assembly.
If you have the opportunity to be in power, what will you do with INEC?
With INEC?
Yes. Because a lot of people believe the genesis of our problem now, or the way forward for our genesis of our problem is how we can find a solution to INEC. We cannot have a fair election.
I think the main thing is beyond the technology of elections, which are matters of logistics. I think the real point, you know, to make about is the insularity of the officers of INEC, political insularity. That is to say, you should take them out of the purview of politics. You know, they must be impartial arbiter. And the only way you can do that is by bringing in all the stakeholders, you know, into a board that will let the INEC, you know, boss.
I wrote an analysis some weeks ago, so last year, so INEC chairman should be appointed, should be advertised, and somebody, people apply, because like we have in South Africa, and then a different body would.
That's the point.
Screen candidates. And some people were asking me who is going to interview them, who's going to do this, and so many questions.
Those are not questions about who interviews anybody.
I think Young Africa also buy that view.
You know, so
they've been saying that against electoral reforms.
Yes. So that is the only way. You must take the executive out of it. You know, the impartiality of the INEC is called for in our whole situation.
All right. Thank you very much. Our time is up inside politics. I've been speaking with Professor Sylvester Odiona, and we'll be looking at the state of democracy in Nigeria. Thank you for joining us on the program today.
Thank you.
My name is Neo Bonko. I'll be right next week, same time.
You are watching Business Day Television.
I am, of course, a great admirer of the impeccable credibility, professionalism, and business savviness of BusinessDay. If you really mean business in Nigeria, start your day with BusinessDay.
Business Day is West Africa's leading provider of business intelligence and information, delivering premium content across diversified media platforms, including online, mobile, and print. Since its inception in 2001 with a weekly newspaper production, Business Day has expanded its reach to provide exclusive content accessible through print, mobile, and online channels. Our premium offerings are further enriched with syndicated content from esteemed sources like the Financial Times, The Economist, and the Harvard Business Review. At Business Day, our mission is clear: to be the foremost provider of business and financial content, empowering readers to make informed decisions in Nigeria and Africa. Since our establishment, we have been committed to delivering insightful, relevant, and accurate information about Nigeria's business and finance environment, while contextualizing the impact of global events. We monitor the stock market, analyze the companies driving it, and report on government policies and their economic implications.
For being consistent in organizing these CEO forums for almost the last 14 years, I think this was a commendation, and I think something that will encourage them to continue.
From decoding market trends to dissecting economic shifts, we offer actionable investment ideas and serve as a compass for decision makers navigating complexity. Beyond headlines, Business Day fosters discussions on critical economic issues through impactful conferences and events. These platforms bring industry leaders together to share narratives that drive innovation and spark meaningful dialogues. Our events galvanize connections, bridging the gap between inspiration and achievement. For businesses seeking visibility, our strong digital presence offers unparalleled opportunities. With millions of followers across social media and a dynamic website attracting visitors from within and outside Nigeria, Business Day is the ideal platform to boost visibility for your products and services. If you're looking for in-depth analysis and expert opinions on Nigeria and Africa's business landscape, Business Day is your guide.